I do need to know if it doesn't make sense.
Like what no, but like you know what I'm saying, man. Like what is the Resident Evil to Starfield?
The Resident Evil is Spider-Man.
Like Spider-Man, what is it? Like the horror? Like is that what you're trying to say?
No.
No? Oh.
No.
The death?
Is Spider-Man the Resident Evil to Starfield?
Yeah, is it the death to Starfield?
Is it the Resident's is it like the current evil? Is it the Resident of Evil of Starfield?
That's why I love this. Because people can make their own meanings out of it. Let's go.
I know like Resident Evil itself is like, this horror type game, and a game I probably won't play, and people say that, oh, you're probably chicken, and that's great. And unfortunately, hey, I feel it. But and I don't
Spider-Man's
necessarily
dead on arrival.
I'm not gonna Spider-Man's not dead on arrival. That's not the case. I do want Spider-Man to be able to cross the bridge at least, in the second game. They may actually condense the bridge so it's not as long, so it doesn't take you as far to travel. Hopefully. But no, man. Is Spider-Man the Resident of Evil for Starfield? I'm at the chat. I need to ask this question.
Are people listening to this right now?
Yes, they're listening. We're behind the scenes. They're listening. They need to know, is Spider-Man the Resident of Evil for Starfield? Can anybody answer this question? Because that's what we're going to talk about today.
Oh.
I think that it is. I think it could be.
Again, we haven't even determined what this means yet. So it's hard to have a debate or discussion.
It's the Resident of Evil,
if we don't have a ground rule set of what that actually means.
Okay. The Resident of Evil, right? There is Spider-Man, the ominous presence. Is it the fear factor for Starfield? That's the Resident of Evil. Is it the current evil? Is it living evil for Starfield? Is it a living evil for Starfield?
I've never really even thought about it though. Resident Evil as a name.
Yeah.
What the hell was that? Who the hell came up with that?
I don't know.
That's some Japanese shit.
Resident Evil. So what is, I'm living with evil. I'm figuring that's what I meant.
The Resident.
Chat, talk to us. Talk to us about it. Well, how do you feel about the Resident Evil name? Where did it come from?
Yeah, because there's another. It's too early in the morning to ponder this, but
no. We're getting deep in there.
It's in definition. Hold on. Person who lives somewhere. Yeah, a medical graduate. Yeah, no, we're not going.
Okay, well, yeah, we don't need that. Nick said it's not, in my honest opinion, most Xbox players seem to claim they have one console, so it shouldn't be an issue. Nick says Resident Evil within the residence. See?
See, that's as bad.
Never said it was great. But.
No, it's just justifying. So a person who lives somewhere permanently. I thought there was another definition of resident, but there's not. A person who lives somewhere permanently or on a long-term basis, obviously. A bird, butterfly, or other animal of a species that does not migrate. Okay, yeah. It's a person who boards at boarding school.
Okay. Yeah. Whoa. The boarding school is September.
It's a boarding school of evil. No. A British government agent in any semi-independent state, especially of the governor general's agent at a court of the Indian state. Okay. A medical graduate. Yeah, we know that. That's a resident. That's what you call residency. I know that.
ATL says the title was reportedly conceived due to the simple fact that the game takes place in an enormous and dangerous mansion that horrible monsters inhabit. In other words, evil is a resident here.
The resident of that building. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I mean, and that's what I kind of figured. Like it was an evil within a certain, maybe not necessarily a building, but like when I think of Resident Evil, it's like it's an ominous presence that is existing in the background somewhere, right? At least that's how it's presented in Resident Evil, from what I remember, right?
Attached to and working regularly for a particular institution. I guess that's what it could, like. It's attached to
okay,
and working within that building.
So there you go.
Yeah.
And the building for this one is September. And I mean, I don't know if the rumors are true and Spider-Man is the resident of evil for Spider-Man.
Wait, no.
I mean, for Starfield, sorry. Spider-Man is the resident evil for Starfield. Excuse me, early in the morning. Just getting locked in. I feel like Dr. Dish. We gotta get locked in. Lock it in.
Lock it in.
Lock it in. Get it together. I can't act like that. I'm next time I come on.
Can you imagine if we came on here and started doing that shit?
I'm just gonna come on, and just talk mad smack to the chat.
Lock it in, chat. What's wrong with you this morning? Get you some coffee.
Why aren't you guys sitting in the arena?
Get in the fucking game.
Oh shit. That's funny as hell.
Oh boy.
Hey, but yeah, so obviously that is going to definitely a topic for today. Spider-Man, interestingly enough, they're supposedly releasing in September. Rumors have it. No official word from Insomniac or anybody else. But it's going to be interesting. Mainly for me, just a little deep here. Again, I think it revitalizes competition if this does end up happening. It's kind of like what I was looking forward to last year with Ragnarok, and if Starfield would have held that date, whether Ragnarok, God of War, and Starfield, how that would have competed with one another. So it's going to be interesting to see here this time around, especially with a new IP in Starfield from a known commodity as Bethesda and Todd Howard, and then going from, comparing that to Insomniac with Spider-Man and how they really bring that to life, right? Because the biggest thing that they have here with Spider-Man, because this is people's biggest fears, is that they don't know what Spider-Man could do to kind of revitalize, right? Or to bring something different. Now, of course, those of us who are Spider-Man fans, we could kind of have an idea, especially when you put Venom in the mix. My only thing, and I've mentioned this before, is that I want them to go darker with Venom. And I have a feeling like they may, because Spider-Man 2018 itself was a pretty dark story in some ways. Well, had touches of it, right? Or it didn't seem like they were too scared to maybe tread that path. And talk about those things, and I hope that they do, because that's always the interesting part of Spider-Man, right? So as when I was growing up, the thing that appealed the most to me about Spider-Man is just the way that he would get through diversity. You know what I mean? Any situation he'd find himself in, of course, we all know that he's strong and he got all these things working for him, but it always seemed like he was the underdog in the situation, and then figured things out. And it's great to see that Insomniac is kind of really intrinsically putting that in their game, but them bringing Venom in is not going to be as impactful if they don't tread the dark path, right? Really giving the symbiote to Spider-Man himself, maybe potentially, to see that dark side of who he is, and then realizing, hey, whoa, this isn't me. And then turning into, and then going into, for those who know, I'm not going to give any spoilers here, but then seeing what Venom is becoming, because it's not going to be Eddie Brock. That's going to be Venom this time around. Then seeing what Venom is going to become and how much of an ominous presence that he can be. I think it would really set the stage for, this is going to be the perfect opportunity for Insomniac to show what type of universe they're trying to stage. Right? That this isn't some Marvel universe or like the current MCU has no ties to that. This is Insomniac's own universe. It's going to be interesting to see how they play that. And then again, you've gotten me hyped for Starfield. Others have also. I've seen the pedigree from Bethesda Studio and Todd Howard himself and what they could bring to the forefront. And with this being newer, a child of love, I would say, that has been created. It's going to be interesting to see how things play out, because I do agree, because there has been some that have been out there and said, hey, well, Spider-Man is going to sell well up front, then Starfield is going to bang it out on the back end. And in some ways, I may agree with that, though I do think if we're talking about like towards the end of the year, let me ask this question to you, Pong, especially you being more so a fan of Bethesda, not necessarily Spider-Man, but understanding the power of Spider-Man. Before we go live here in about a couple minutes, which game do you think will end up performing better by the end of the year or get the higher praise potentially?
How are we rating that? So praise
and sales.
Because well, sales will probably wind up. Sales will probably wind up with Spider-Man just because of Game Pass. Okay. It'll probably it'll probably wind up because it's going to be PC Game Pass as well. There will still be a Wow. Okay. Starfield.
Hey, it's a loaded question.
Yeah, no, because this is a tough one. We've talked about this already before too. So Starfield will be one of those games that even though it's in Game Pass, people will still buy copies of it because they will want to own it, quote unquote, right?
I mean, yeah.
There are certain games that have that crossover that even if you have Game Pass, you're still going to want a copy. And the collector's edition is going to sell like mad. Like there's going to be that's going to be the difference between that and a normal Game Pass game. However, overall, there's still going to be a larger percentage of people that experience Starfield just through Game Pass itself and never buy a copy because obviously, why would you? If you're on a budget or if you own Game Pass, that's kind of the purpose, right? You don't buy the games. We're in this subscription service.
But then you got PC and the availability and other platforms.
Right. But that's what I'm saying. So PC side is still going to have sales, right? Especially the console side will definitely have sales, but the PC side definitely will have sales. Well, through Steam and all that kind of stuff. It's going to be different there.
The other thing too, Vandal, is I know you're saying we need a different metric, and when I'm bringing up sales and everything, of course, there's other things that go into that. But it does not mean that there's not a potential because Spider-Man is only on one platform. And Starfield is on multiple platforms, and Starfield isn't Sonic going up against God of War. I know we use that to be funny, but previously, because Sonic is also on a bunch of different platforms. And it doesn't matter whether Starfield outsells Spider-Man or not. But my main thing about this is where is the interest going to lie, especially on the competition standpoint, right?
PS5 only with it not being on PS4.
See, and I still don't know. I don't know if I'm justified in that yet.
But it's going to happen, right? It's going to happen. So what I was going to say, Steel, to your last point and to Vandal's point in the chat, that's where we've crossed over because when we talk about engagement and we talk about players, playing the game versus bought, again, the circus likes to discredit that and say that doesn't count. But from Microsoft's terms, it does count. That's how they judge games nowadays, more so than sales. Of course, sales are still important, but that's what Game Pass wipes out, right? That's why it's a different stream of revenue. So at the end of the year, if we were judging this by players, Starfield. I would go Starfield all day long over Spider-Man 2 because Spider-Man 2 is locked to PS5 only. Now, if Spider-Man 2 is coming out on PC day one as well as PS5, then I think that would be a lot closer. I'd probably still give the edge to Starfield because I think if we saw with Forza Horizon, they announced 15 million players real quick.
Yeah, within 2 weeks.
The first 2 weeks or something like that. And then we hit 25 million, I think, within
3 months or something like that.
Yeah, something like that. So, yeah, I think that Starfield by the end of the year could be in that 25 to 30 million players played range at the end of the day because of Game Pass. Now, that's not going to be concurrent players. That's not going to be active players. There's going to be people to jump in, try it out, and say, nope, not for me.
Right.
But there's still going to be, I think, a larger player base for Starfield than Spider-Man 2 at the end of the year.
I'm of a couple minds about it, and we'll get deeper into it in the show. I definitely appreciate that answer because it's interesting. The thing that gets me excited the most about it is just seeing the competition be revitalized, right? Not being scared to release a game. Neither competitor, even throw Nintendo in that loop. Hey, move Breath of the Wild to September 2. Let's have a 3-way shootout, and let's see where gamers really, put where they lay their heads at, right? And then we'll really see which IP is the not necessarily the definitive choice, but more so that pulls in that mind share. And again, Spider-Man 2 has a lot of hype going on behind it, and there's a lot of people who are interested. But again, the game did take, and it's hard when you make those sales comparisons because things have changed. And if I'm going to look at it going forward, it's hard for me to say, hey, well, if they don't sell close to each other, then it's going to be an open conversation. I know Nick says he brought up a good point. He was like, well, I'm not going to use that voice because it kind of sounds aggressive, but
what are you doing to Nick?
It sounded like I was about to get aggressive. No, not, and he wasn't being aggressive about it, but he was just more so saying, let me actually go up to see, and read the actual chat itself. He said, it's very telling when many want to on Starfield versus Spider-Man, just leave room to enjoy it all and soak it in. No, he said if Starfield cooks, it should be number one. It would be embarrassing if it isn't, regardless if it's on Game Pass or not. And that's where I will definitely have to say,
not sales,
because the metrics are different now. It's not going to be that way. And no matter what. Now, we can say this is Microsoft's fault because they have now caused another very foggy avenue of data to be put out there, right? Yeah. And they'll never give us the true information. No. But it is going to be it's going to be very telling, more so for me, which game gets covered more, which game ends up pulling people more. I do think it's going to end up being Starfield more so because it is a much deeper game than Spider-Man will ever be. Not like it's a bad thing, but there's just two different styles of games, right? So
Spider-Man will sell 15 million by the end of the year, 15 to 20 million by the end of the year, in a 3-month period. I think that's plausible. I think it could be, because it took God of War how long to sell 12 million? A couple months, right?
Ragnarok, yeah.
Yeah, Ragnarok. So I see Spider-Man doing 15 to 20 by the end of the year. Like I said, overall players, I think that Starfield will reach that sooner. Starfield obviously has the legs, though.
Right,
and that's
right.
what people
above both.
When you're taught again, God of War Ragnarok came and went. People were posting a lot about it, loving it. How many screenshots of God of War Ragnarok or game clips do you see nowadays? Right? Not to say that people aren't playing it. That's our community, and our community is a small portion. But that's what I'm saying happens with those games. Spider-Man, same thing's going to happen.
It traditionally happens with a lot of single player games. Unfortunately,
yeah. No, that again, we just had these stupid articles this week about Harry Potter, right, or about Hogwarts Legacy. I always call it Harry Potter. Hogwarts Legacy. We just got the stupid articles. Oh, player base has dropped off of Hogwarts Legacy.
It's a single player game. What the fuck do you expect?
Right. And Starfield's a single player game.
Right.
Right.
But it's also a much more massive single player. It's not your typical
scope, and what you can do in it.
People could be watching for different reasons, right?
Forever, right? So that's going to be the difference here. So.
Right. And Big Mad Mo, that is my overall looming question. What if Spider-Man is on PlayStation 4 also? And
yes,
the way that it looks right now, just based off of what Sony has done up to this point, I don't see what the point would be for them to make Spider-Man exclusive. If it's exclusive to PlayStation 5, it is not going to sell as many copies as expected unless they are dropping a updated version of their console to really stir up the fan base some more. That'd be the only other way. You drop an exclusive, you drop a specific Spider-Man console like they did with the other one. The only difference with the PlayStation 4, I believe that console ended up being like $200 when it released. So it was like, I mean, at that point, how do you turn that down? Of course, people are going to buy it. It comes with the game. Like, come on. I think it might have been a little bit more than that, but it's going to be interesting. We'll see if how Sony ends up holding up their word. I don't think we've got any official confirmation except for those original trailers saying it was going to be slated for PlayStation 5. But it's going to be interesting to see. But with that being said, we got to get into the actual show itself. I just wanted to pose those questions behind the scenes because I felt like they were interesting. And it gives a little background of what some of the smoke we may get into today.
People walking in here are like, "Wait, you guys didn't start the show?
No, not yet. This is behind the scenes. Welcome. We came in raw and everything, having some laughs, talking about the residents of evil and what it truly means, and but shout out to Jose Escobar for hitting that sub button, man. I greatly appreciate you. Rob the Don, before we go live, says they said it's only on PS5, so that would be another Sony lie. Hey, again, when you have a title like that and you have a huge fan base and you're blatantly going to cut off your fan base so you can move things forward, and your PlayStation 5 fan base is what I think they're at 10 million now consoles, maybe less than that. It's you're again, how do you compete? How do you compete with that when your competitor is literally releasing on multiple platforms? So I think that's where that discrepancy is going to come in as far as sales. Again, metrics is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's get into it. I got to start recording for the audio listeners. And again, audio listeners, greatly appreciate you all for tuning in. Again, if you do, sorry if it was a little behind, if you're tuning in live. I had some issues with the show last week. I couldn't get it downloaded for whatever reason for quite some time, because when last week when we were recording, the show cut off in the middle of the show, and I don't record in MKV. I record in MP4. So I wasn't able to recover that file. So I had to wait for YouTube to get a full upload on. And for whatever reason, that was giving me issues for quite some time, but I was able to get it uploaded and everything. So for those of you who are audio listeners and you're tuning in live, greatly appreciate you, hopefully, for sticking it out. And that episode should be live now for you guys. I put it about middle of the week, if not towards the beginning of the week. So, but let's get into it for the audio listeners. Are you ready, Pong?
Let's do it.
Let's go. Oh, snap. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls and beautiful people, how are you all doing this fine Saturday morning? And look, it's a little strange for me because we missed the weekend, man. And it's always weird when we come back on an off week just because I haven't been able to chop it up with you guys. That means I also miss an opportunity to chop it up with my brother from another, the uncanny gentleman himself, Pong Steel. But we'll get to his intro here in quite a second. If you don't know, you are locked in on a Saturday morning, every 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time, right here with Living Splitscreen, a non-console-centric platform that talks about everything going on within the gaming industry. We take that RTS approach where we pull ourselves out of the world. We look at the darker crevices of the map. We pull our resources together so we can build up that foundation to reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. This is also the home of that ECP. That's that educated consumer perspective, where, you know, me and Pong, we're not lawyers, we're not attorneys, we're not sitting in these boardroom meetings. We're just two guys who've been gaming for quite some time, who do have some professional experience with customer service, sales, and things of that nature. So we have a feeling like we know what how consumers think. It's been our jobs, right? And overall, we just think that we bring a good essence to not only the people, but just the overall thoughts that kind of go into the gaming industry, right? Because it'd be really easy for us to come on here and BS all the BS and whatnot. I mean, we kind of do that. We kind of treat this like it's a party kind of situation. Like we're in a party chat. The only thing we're not doing is chopping it up playing Diablo right now. But it's more so us, really giving our honest opinions, our feedback for news throughout the week, opinions for the gaming community that's happening. And I'm not just talking about Twitter. I know a lot of people get caught up in that, and I'm talking about everywhere. Because I do frequent the streets in a lot of places. A lot of places I don't necessarily put my vocals out there too. I probably should, but in many different places have a lot of the same sentiments, especially for a enthusiast fan base, because I try not to use the term hardcore. I don't like it. We're not doing porn, for an example. I don't know why we are using hardcore. So
why are we going this way?
Let me ask this: Are casual players
doing?
Are casual players softcore?
Oh, good.
I'm curious. If enthusiasts are hardcore, that means casuals have to be softcore.
This is what we're doing this morning.
I'm just curious. I'm just hey,
chat, this is where we're at.
You let me know how you guys think about it. Either way, I'm talking to either. So no matter what kind of core you are, I think
you're getting horny on the main during Living Splitscreen. Let's go.
Yeah, sometimes, hey, the only thing that we're missing is us taking our shirts off, and we got some
Nobody
DMs.
Wants that.
We got some DMs in the background. Hey, they might. We might blow up, Pong. I'm not gonna lie to you.
We might have a much smaller audience.
We might. We do tend to have a lot of guys up in here, which isn't a problem. But it does show you kind of how things are still kind of skewed one way as far as women to guys and how that ratio kind of works out, who's tuning into these types of things. But there's nothing wrong with that, right? If you're here getting locked in with Living Splitscreen, I want to start off by saying I greatly appreciate you for tuning in. And from the audio listeners, look, guys, what would help us the most, even if you're tuning in live, what helps us the most is definitely those algorithms, right? But how do you address the algorithm? On the audio side of things, whether you're on Spotify, Google, Apple, whatever platform, because Living Splitscreen is on whichever audio platform that you like to enjoy your RSS feed or get your podcast content at, just leave us a review. It doesn't have to be a 5-star. I'm not going to be one of those guys be like, yeah, leave us a 5-star review. No, leave us a review and just tell us how you feel, man. I would love for you to leave us a 5-star, 4-star, whichever the case, and tell us what you like about what we're doing here. What do you think that we could change, and just give people a background for what they're tuning into and where they can get that live, raw, and uncut content at. But nonetheless, I got to introduce yourselves to one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That's myself. I, Steel Rain, the T is a 7 everywhere. Typing in Google makes it super easy, or you can do it in Twitter, or in the Xbox ecosystem, because it just transcends platforms. Anyway, but enough about me. I have to introduce one of the most uncanny gentlemen that I have met within the last couple of years. Somebody that I definitely consider a brother from another. He is also the X-Men who is not Cyclops, because he's not a corny kind of guy. But he is the one and only Pong Steel. How you feeling, brother?
How can I not be feeling? Steel, how can I not be feeling with, first of all, you coming in here this morning with something else going on. I don't know what's going on with you, but this has been fantastic so far, man.
Hey, man.
I always loved it.
Entertainment,
when we have a Saturday off, which is ultra rare last week.
Yeah.
It's like I'm missing a piece of myself because of this. I don't get this anywhere else but from you. Okay, so this is fantastic.
Yeah, fun, man.
But overall, another absolutely phenomenal week. Lots of news going down this week, and of course, yesterday, just a huge energy shift with the news. Coming out from the CMA yesterday. I know people have been frustrated and sick and tired of talking ABK. Obviously, you and I, Steel, we find it fascinating.
Yeah.
It's one of the biggest moments. It'll go down as one of the biggest moments, we believe, in gaming history, if not the biggest. It's a change. And people don't like change, but people are just tired of talking about it constantly. But with the CMA news yesterday, what's crazy is that it causes that wave of positive energy. Now, of course, you got the opposite reaction as well. Of course, that does happen, but that's what's fantastic about being a part of a community like this is that even people just relieved to know that maybe finally we're getting close to the end of this deal. It still is a happy feeling from a lot of people, and it shows up. And as I was scrolling through my feed, you just felt that charge yesterday, no matter what people were doing, even, the console warriors out here. And of course, I don't like that stuff. It's just a different feeling when you see your feed filled with people, either, like I said, just happy about the overall
Right.
news. And so that was a huge, huge moment yesterday. And we're going to get into that. But then you've got also a game that I played a lot. You didn't last weekend, but I did play a ton of in Diablo 4 that seems to be overall, now with a game like Diablo 4, you're not going to make everybody happy, but overall is one of those games that kind of unifies the community, that if you're playing this game, you're loving it, right? For the most part, people are excited about what Diablo 4 is bringing, and they're sharing screenshots, they're sharing their characters out, they're sharing, that again is a part of what makes this community amazing, right? To be this passionate about a hobby in video games that brings people together. And I think that's what I love the most about it. And we have these weeks where this happens. We did that, just a little bit ago with Hogwarts as well. But Diablo 4 Beta is capturing the hearts and minds of a lot of people in the community, and that's showing up. And I love to see that as well. Overall, for me this week, up until, because I've been like an addict with Diablo 4. Like after the beta ended last weekend, that's all I wanted to play again was Diablo 4. That's all that's been on my mind. And again, betas don't usually do it like this.
Right.
So this is something a little bit different. But this week, I hopped into a ton I've been still rocking out Mass Effect Andromeda, getting my sci-fi fix on. I'm further in the game than I've ever been before. Actually, I haven't shared any screenshots. I've got a bunch of screenshots I do have to share out on Twitter. Because the game can be beautiful. The game can be gorgeous. It's just the writing is so bad at times. And again, for all you Andromeda fans, hey, no disrespect to any of you. You love the game. You love the game. That's cool. That's fine. For me, again, it's a high-end double-A sci-fi RPG, and it's fantastic that way. But the writing, there's so many moments, Steel, where I'm sitting here by myself, and I'm going, why? I'm literally shaking my head and going, why? Why did we write this? What was going through your head? But the game can be beautiful, and it's giving me my sci-fi fix while I wait for Starfield. So that's awesome. I'm having a great time with it. There's a lot of positives to it, and I'm still rocking that. But then Civ 6 came out into Game Pass. And I also I had purchased, obviously, everybody knows, Anno 1800 when that launched a couple weeks ago as well. So that's been my main two. I've been deep into strategy games. Like Anno 1800 is gorgeous.
About it, yeah.
I love it. Loving every moment of it so far. There's a couple things here and there, but love the game. Ubisoft, again, this game's been on PC for since like 2019, I think. So it's been around, but the console version is so well done. I can't do nothing but praise Ubisoft and what they did with this game. I love Anno 1800. So I've been doing that. But Civ 6, it has been a long time since I hopped into a Civ game. And I'm relearning how to play Civ. But gotta say that all the reviews, I don't know if it's just random. I don't know if what Mav likes to say, I got the Magic Series X that bugs just don't seem to show up on that experience. But the reviews for Civ 6, ever since it showed up, were massive crashes, even on Series X. If you get past turn 100, you're going to start crashing, dashboarding.
Right.
And I held off buying Civ because of the reviews. It's been on sale. The base game's been on sale for like $9 at some point, Steel. That for a Civ game, you're talking about hundreds of hours.
Right.
Like really? I didn't pick it up even at that price point because I kept reading even the current reviews where people are like, no, it's still crashing. They've never fixed it. What's going on? For X, fix your stuff. I have yet to have a single crash.
Oh,
I have yet to have a problem.
got that magical box, man.
And I've played three matches, all of them lasting over 200 turns.
Hey, don't undermine people's problems, Pong.
No, I'm not. I'm saying I'm not experiencing over 200 turns each, like 3.5 hours, 0 crashes, 0 issues with this game whatsoever. Man, this game is great. If you like Civ, it's a freaking fantastic game. Again, I suck at I used to be really good at Civ back in the, especially 360, Civ Revolution. Mm-hmm. I rocked that game. Like that was my jam. Me and the kid, we used to rock it when he was young. That's one of his first strategy games. I taught him how to play as well. Fantastic. But this is on a whole nother level because this is a full-fledged Civ game. So I'm having to relearn how to play against the PC or against the AI, I should say. But it's been fun. And again, we are in the golden age of gaming. You guys all know I'm a big RTS strategy tactics guy. The amount of strategy tactics RTSs that are coming back to console is nothing short of stellar. And I am having such a great time back in Civ 6. But then, of course, we get to yesterday, and I'm sitting at work being jealous and heated because everybody's getting to play Diablo 4 Beta. I missed Mother, Lilith. And so I came home last night. It took me, I was on Xbox Ultimate last night. It took me like 2 hours to finally get in, right when Xbox Ultimate started. So I was playing Xbox during Xbox Ultimate. It crashed. So I had to get back in queue for another 40 minutes during the show. But then something flipped last night, Steel, because then all of a sudden we started getting less than 1 minute queues for everybody to hop in the game. So they are actually Blizzard. Shout out to Blizzard again. They warned everybody this weekend that there was going to be problems. An hour and a half after Diablo 4 Beta opened up and launched, they already had more concurrent players than they had from the
That was a crazy stat, bro. That's crazy stat in there.
When you think about that, over 1 million people last weekend hit level 20 or above, not just played the game, hit level 20 or above, over 1 million people last weekend during a closed beta.
Which is impressive, yeah.
And Ferguson comes out and says, hey, we already have more concurrent players than we had all last weekend. An hour and a half into your open beta, insane numbers. We were just talking about biggest sales of the year. It's going to be between Zelda and Diablo, in my opinion, for total sales, okay, this year. That Diablo 4 is a phenomenon. It's going to be a phenomenon when it launches.
It's seeming like, so far.
It's appealing to a wide range of people. There's people who've never played Diablo jumping into this going, I love this.
People are down. Different. People have been really downplaying Diablo.
Because Diablo 3. Because Diablo 3.
But even Diablo 3 it over time really grew for a lot of people. And there's a ton of people who have jumped in there and have at least ran through a season, whichever the case might be, but it does show you the reach that a Diablo game has. Absolutely. And for this to kind of get back, I know for some, I know I was chopping it up with Boom the other day, and he was saying that he wasn't really feeling it, or whichever the case.
Boom's one of the rare ones out there. I couldn't believe it.
Which is like, I get it. I mean, but he's also somebody. From what I understand, he didn't really get into Diablo 2 either. So I can see why there would be definitely a stark difference there, right? Diablo 3 was more lighthearted in a lot of ways. Diablo 4 up front is a very different game compared to Diablo 3. Up front, like
but they
the
brought
way
over
that
a lot of the accessibility.
Oh yeah. No, as far as that, right? As far as the gameplay goes,
right.
It's literally a second iteration of Diablo 3 as far as like how they made everything so kind of easier to understand, how they have the leveling, the upgrade system set up. It's not like Path of Exile where it's like, this huge ass screen. It's just there's a path, right? And you got to choose a path, and there's no right or wrong. You just, you choose what makes sense to you. And I do feel like you can respec it anytime, at least for right now. And it can use some additional adjustments and things, and it is going to depend on what class that you're playing, right? Because one of the blatant things that we've seen is that there does seem to be a balancing issue for some of the classes. So,
Necro is stupid.
Yeah. It's definitely been interesting. I didn't mean to cut you off, but go ahead.
No. We can get into Diablo 4 talk because this is what we do when we do our intros. Anyways, we talk, usually we talk one big game, either we're playing together or one each.
Right.
So Diablo 4 is obviously, now that you've gotten into the open beta, because you didn't play last weekend, it's great to hear your thoughts on this, and I think we should do this. So no, all I was going to say is that it seems, I was giving a shout out to Blizzard, because last weekend it took until Saturday for them to fix the queue issues and to get the servers under control and all that good stuff. They got it under control last night. Actually relatively early. It was like around 10 o'clock, I think, when we started 9.
Yeah.
It was after Xbox Ultimate. So it was around 10:30, 11 when we started hearing that people were down to 1 minute queues. And I actually hopped into DMs because Kay Asante was having massive queue problems and getting kicked out. And he actually was going to put down the game and not play it again for the open beta. And I hit Kay Asante up in the DMs last night and I said, hey, brother, just letting you know, queues are down to under a minute. If you want to try one more time. And he actually did. He hit me up this morning and said, hey, thanks for letting me know. He goes, I wasn't going to play it anymore, but I gave it one more try. And 3 hours later, it was 3 a.m. And I'm just glad I don't have a Gaming Circle podcast this morning. So you know,
I had to give myself a hard stop last night because it was getting to a point where I was starting to really like feel it, and we were as a group, and it was turning into something different. And we were just kind of like, you know, we were in different teams or whatever. But we would just start steamrolling stuff. The abilities was kind of flowing. I was like, yeah, I got to give myself a hard pause.
Well, that's what you were talking about, because you were hesitant to even jump. Normally, you're not a demo guy or a beta guy, anyways.
Yeah,
you're not a beta boy,
especially for games that I'm already interested in. Because now it's gonna the exact same thing that I knew was going to happen. Because I've played every Diablo start to finish on release, right? So it's like I wasn't expecting for 4 to all of a sudden just be some garbage game, right? Especially with as much as once I saw Rod getting a tat, I was like, yeah, this game is for sure. Like, again, the last time Rod got a tat was for Gears 3, I believe, either 2 or 3, and either one, both games ended up being fucking amazing. So either way, yeah, I'm dumb hype about Diablo, man. It's definitely scratching that. Although it did almost make me stop playing yesterday. You'll see some of that in the gameplay today. Again, and we're talking about balancing issues, right? The Druid, for whatever reason, and it's apparently it's the same thing with the Berserker right now. I don't know what it is or what's causing it. But the game, I know in Diablo, typically, it's not a Souls game. It's not about dodging and doing all this other crazy. Nah, it's not necessarily about that. No. But at least it does give you typically an ample opportunity to understand what's going on, right? Yeah. To maybe dodge some damage. If you play the situation outright, you can pretty much, you could end up in a situation where you're having a really long fight, but you can kind of work your way through it. Where in this game, it seems a little bit different, especially in solo, where I'm playing as a druid right now, and I was fighting this wolf mother boss. You're gonna see me change my build at least 4 or 5 times here, because I got some new equipment. That's the other thing that really has a deep effect on Diablo, is when you start getting legendary equipment, especially early on, it does change how you want your build to look, right? Because you get that piece, you're like, man, like, oh wow, I got a piece. What does it do? And you look down and it's a stat that you didn't spec for. You're like, oh god, I was just getting used to what I was using. And then you throw that into the build, and then you're just throwing your head against the wall, trying to make this piece work. And I eventually, you'll see that I did get an aha moment, and I was able to record that because I did beat it, and I did record me actually beating them. But it was annoying because it was just like things that you anticipate from other games, like just being able to dodge certain things. Like I got this wolf chasing me, and it literally gives you no space. Like literally zero. Like you want me to move out of these blood pools, but when I'm not even standing in them, I'm taking damage. Like it was little things that I was starting to notice that was really annoying me. I'm also playing on hardcore, right? So I'm playing on the higher difficulty they let you play on up front. So there is going to be that too. But there definitely seemed to be something off because, again, and Diablo has done this in the past, and balancing is always going to be a thing that has to be touched on. I just don't want this because if it's this bad, right, like as far as not bad, but just being off,
unbalanced.
When the PvP comes out, Necro, Sorcerer, these builds that are like wrecking right now are going to be a problem for PvP. And this is another main aspect of the game that is going to be addressed. And I don't know if did they ever give clarification on whether you can be attacked in the open world or not randomly or anything like that?
No, they haven't really given
specific zones, right?
Yeah, specifically, it's got to be a zone base.
Okay,
it has to be.
I was just making sure. I'm used to Black Desert again, and I haven't
right. But
played Diablo online.
This style, right? It's got to be zone based. Okay. It has to be. I would. Again, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But no, they haven't clarified exactly how it's going to work.
Okay, I'd imagine it's going to be in its own thing. That's kind of how D3 was. So I mean, but we'll see. I'm interested into it, man. Diablo is everything that I was hoping for it to be, especially from a story point more so, right? Yes. I understand who Lilith is. I understand what she means to the story. So thus far, and again, Pong says there's more to it also. And if Lilith is just the start, then I'm definitely interested to see what else is there. And again, I'm always expecting for Diablo to show up at some point, because Diablo just can't let stuff go on without him being involved somehow and him being like, oh, you thought you had me last time. And then him coming back again with some stupid ass power and fucking doing crazy shit. Because in D3, he was like, bro, how many times you gonna take me to another dimension and we're gonna do this? And it was crazy. It was a good fight. I remember that. I remember that fight. I had a really good time with it. But yeah. I started off on Necro, and part of the reason I went Druid because Necro did feel kind of broken early on. Yeah. But the other thing too is I've already played Necro in previous games, so I know what that's going to feel like, right? And hearing what people are saying about it, it's exactly what I expected, because a lot of that is how you felt it, at least how I felt in D3. Between Corpse Explosion and other abilities that you have, it just feels really strong. And I'm kind of sad that they don't have a little bit of a deeper customization. I thought there was going to be a little bit more there. I wanted to get a thick boy Necro, but I can't get a thick boy Necro. It's okay. I can customize them a little bit. I also thought you'd be able to customize your face a little bit more. Again, to be honest with you, it's not a big thing to me. I got a helmet on most of the time. I'm a guy that likes to have people in suits. So there's that thing. But nonetheless, I've been having a good time with the Druid. There's nothing more fun than being able to transform into other beasts and use that aspect of it. The werewolf giving you that poison feel and the speed for those moments you need to like catch up with an enemy or maybe get away. The bear to be more so of that real heavy pounder, maybe stun some enemies and things of that nature. And then also having the Raven that I've unlocked just recently, that the main ability causes like a kind of like the Krill, or kind of causes like a swarm or whatever. It kind of more so looks like a tornado of like crows or whatever the case. And it's also supposed to float around you, and I just unlocked like 2 more. So it definitely seems interesting. But yeah.
That's going to be the fun part about Diablo 4 is finding the class that you like. And I know a lot of people, obviously they'll max out every character.
I pick one.
I usually main one, and I don't break away from it. But after playing Rogue last weekend, which is a class I normally don't play,
we're having a good time with Rogue too.
Yeah, and normally, I'm usually the sorcerer, right? So that's usually what I rock. I love the lightning. I've always loved the lightning.
You're talking about that last night.
Yeah, it's a Star Wars thing. It's the dark side thing. It's just I just love the feel of lightning and having chain lightning and hitting multiple enemies and all that kind of stuff. And I played for a few hours last night. So
yeah,
I'm actually still at this point, like, I'm liking the sorceress, and I was having a great time with the chain lightning, and I really like some of the shields that they have in this one, and some of the special abilities are some of the special effects that it gives you.
Special effects are dope.
Yeah, special effects are dope, the lightning. But I really say, if I had to choose right now, I'm gonna be main rogue. I'm
really, but after playing Sork, really,
and I should back that up. Like, normally back in the old days, before they ever introduced something like a Necro class, I was always Sorcerer. D3, I was Necro. I once Necro came out, once Necro was released and I started playing that, I was a Necro in Path of Exile as well. When I play that, I like having my own army with me.
Yeah.
It's freaking amazing. I love that stuff. So, but because I know in D4 everybody's gonna be, well, not everybody, but a lot
I
of
mean,
people are gonna be Necro because Necro is a favorite class now of a lot of people. I'm gonna go different this time. I do want to try Druid. I do want to see how Druid feels.
he's got some
Because I do
lightning
like
to him too, in his
yeah, the
melee
shape
attack. So
shifting ability is awesome. The shape shifting has always been cool to me. So the fact that they've got that in here, I do want to try Druid, but I think I'm gonna main Rogue. I was having so
interesting.
much fun, Steel, with my build of Rogue with the trap poison based build, where I could mix it up for short periods, hand to hand, but then step back with my bow and then getting close with my traps and all that goods. I think I might main Rogue. But
That'd
overall,
be dope.
from last weekend to this weekend, the beta overall is running as well as you can hope for a beta. Like you
Yeah.
said, the balancing issues, that kind of stuff, they've kind of hinted that again, they're dropping legendary stuff like candy. Right.
Right. They
They're just
upped it.
drop
Yeah. 100%.
yeah, they upped it. So again, I think this is more of a tech beta than it is anything else, and they're gathering a whole lot of information for servers and all that kind of stuff
1000%.
behind the scenes. Yeah, yeah. So that's why I think the balancing right now is off. I think they're skewing things in different ways, even for specific classes to test things out. And I think that once the final game, I have the utmost faith that Blizzard, not to say that they won't have to change some things. There's always in a game like this with loot like this and with
Yeah.
stats
It's
and
going to get
skills,
crazy.
there's always going to be periods where they have to go rebalance. But I think overall, I think by the time the game comes out, we're not going to see the Necro OP like it is now. We're not going to see the Sorceress OP like it is now with her lightning attacks. So I think that they've got plenty of time to fix it. But overall, the beta, again, it's very rare that I get addicted to betas. It's very rare that a beta offers you as much content
Mm-hmm.
that this one is. This, honestly, like, I'm going to speak this out loud, even though I shouldn't. Like, if they came out and said you got to pay $5 for this beta, like I wouldn't be pissed if I paid $5 for this beta. Like,
I mean, no, not if
like,
it's a beta that you can get 20 hours out of,
right?
right?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm
Spend
saying.
$5 on less things,
And how much content that they've actually included in
Right.
this is crazy. Like there's nonstop stuff to
Definitely.
do, and you get the whole Act One. Like you get everything outside of mounts and a couple things here and there. You're getting the full experience, and it's a lot of gameplay. And there's at least 4 acts in the final game. And like I've said, we don't know what it's going to look like when it hits June. But if this Act One is any indication of what the other acts are going to be, whether there's 4 acts or whether there's 5 acts, we're in for a treat. And we haven't even touched Endgame.
And don't mind
really
the missions that they locked off for the beta, right?
Yeah.
They have main missions that are locked off because of the beta. And people are already getting 20, 30-hour playthroughs on just the beta to get to 25 and leveling the character. I'm not talking about doing hardcore grinding or anything like that. You're just playing the game, right?
And we're locked to World Tier 2 because of the level lock. So we're not even getting into the hardcore stuff yet. Like that. I just think that Blizzard did a fantastic job. A lot of confidence showed by providing this much in a beta. I know there was smoke.
I'm about to say there was the rumors that they were kind of in trouble, that they might need to delay this, right?
Yeah, and that there was crunch going on, which I don't doubt that there is some crunch.
It's crunch in every industry.
There's, but I'm just saying that they cut content as well. I don't doubt that they're cutting content to get the game out. But again, with what's left, this doesn't even, this is night and day compared to when D3 launched. Steel already. The beta is already night and day from when D3 launched. D3 felt light on content when it launched. D3, it felt kind of empty in a lot of ways. This, again, if this is indicating what we're going to get on June 6th, 2023, then I'm more than happy to say, yeah, go ahead. Cut the content you need, add it back in, because I'm going to have more to play than I know what to do with in this game. I can already tell there's going to be hundreds of hours available in this game out the gate. So yeah, if they had to do that to get the game out on June 6th, so be it. Because again, what they're giving us is more than most games ever will. And I know you're not going to make everybody happy. I know there's actually some real criticism out there, especially of the people who do play games like Path of Exile or do like the old Diablos, where they were much more, as Steele put, hardcore based. They've lightened some things up like they did in D3 to try to attract a bigger audience. But overall, this is like the perfect blend between those two, between like a D2 and a D3. And like Steele touched on, the story is phenomenal. The writing, phenomenal. Like this is one of the first Diablo games where I've actually really, really cared about the lore. Like I'm actually listening to the books you pick up. You know, I'm actually reading some of the stuff that you can find throughout the world. But the cinematics, again, we already know Blizzard's one of the best in the world at cinematics, and they've put all of that into this game. And my God, it's freaking glorious, and it's brutal, and it's bloody, and it's dark as hell. This is even darker than Diablo 2 by a long shot.
Oh no,
this
wait,
this is on another level.
That intro scene with
with
I thought it was intestines that were coming, which was going to make it worse. But I figured it was blood. I had to clarify
squeamish.
with Pong.
You get squeamish.
It's just because, man, that's why I don't like watching Saw movies and stuff like that. They're like super graphic. I'm not like that either, because it's like it makes me feel some type of way, man. Like I just can't. It's like I feel, not necessarily that I feel the pain, but it's like all of a sudden, like in Saw, for example, dude was chopping off his leg, and I'm sitting there holding my own leg, like making a nasty face. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
But no, this is from jump. It's a whole different vibe. Right, it's a whole different ominous presence. Lilith even feels more of like a big bad than Diablo has ever. I want to say since D2, really, if even better than that. Lilith like really feels like she's it. You know what I'm saying?
She's got extra layers above Diablo. When you think of Diablo, the devil, whatever, Satan, right, you already know pure evil, right? Exactly. Pure evil. It's very easy when you have somebody like that, right, as your main antagonist.
Right. That's straight to the point. Yeah.
With Lilith, she has gray layers because she's one half of who created the world and created people. So she's got this gray area where I call her mother, right? I call her mother because she's technically the mother of this world, right? And she's got that, the way she speaks in the, in some of the cutscenes when she's talking about my children and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Satan doesn't talk my children. Okay?
No.
He doesn't act like a fatherly figure.
Nah.
Where she, no matter what her intentions are, still talks in ways that are motherly, that are, I care about you, even if I'm going to have you do evil shit. I care about you, right? I can. You're my children. You are my creation. There's some level of care there, even if it's malevolent, even if it's manipulative. She still has a level of care that you don't get from something that's just pure evil. And so that's what creates more in this game. And again, the writing in this brings that across. Like I said, you could have terrible writing where you wouldn't get that feeling.
Right. No,
at least for me, that second opening, or that second big cinematic in the church, and people who played, I'm not gonna spoil it, but people who played it will know what I'm talking about. When she's speaking, you could put yourself there with the writing and go, well, I could see how this would appeal. I could see how she could manipulate a human being into being like, oh, well, no, this is somebody who wants the best for me. This is somebody who wants to free me from the bonds, right? That's what you get from her. And again, it's just off the charts. I'm having such a great time with it. If you don't agree, that's cool. Again, not every game for everybody. Boom, again, surprisingly, Boom was one of the ones who said, him and his wife, Mrs. Boomstick, didn't enjoy it. They didn't enjoy it at all. They said, we're not going to play it.
And that could change. That could change. But yeah, man, it could change. It happens. Not everybody's going to like it. Yeah, you know what I mean?
I'm going to say that I've seen, like I said, overall, I'm seeing nothing but praise and love for this game. People are having such a blast with the beta and really enjoying it. Yeah. And with the new skill trees, now that they've obviously taken influence from Path of Exile,
Still
expanded
different.
the skill.
Still different.
It's still different, but they've expanded their skill trees
Right.
beyond what they've done before.
Right.
That is going to create even more long-term gameplay here because, like Steel said, mid-run you can change your build, but those end game builds versus the PvP builds, like there's going to be a ton of variety. Even if you're running one class, you can play two different ways. Last weekend, Psychonauts and I both played Rogue, and we ran 2-man until everybody else came online last weekend. So we were running 2 Rogues last weekend, kind of like Steel. You and I did 2 Necros in D3 when we ran through D3. And you and I had completely different builds, right? And we were playing Necro completely different. Psycho and I had that to the nth degree with our rogue builds. He was up in people's faces, and I was sitting back at long range and using AoE attacks with my traps and all that good stuff. Completely 2 different builds within the same class, and we were wrecking shop. We were wrecking shop as 2 rogues. And again, whether it's because they got things OP right now or not doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that's the flexibility that Diablo 4 is bringing over from D3, but expanding it out with the bigger skill trees. That's going to allow people to experiment more and have more time to find what they love to play as a certain class. And then you bring in PvP where you're going to have to maybe have a different build. That's what's going to have and make this game get that longevity that everybody, when they make a game like this, an action RPG looter, wants to have, because you want that engagement long term. And we already know Blizzard supports their games.
Yeah.
3 wasn't the most successful launch they've
ever
had.
It got 10 years of support.
But it still is getting seasons. They've updated it nonstop. Like they
just recently dropped the season, actually.
Yes, correct. So I'm excited. June can't get here soon enough. It's going to be a long 3-month wait after this beta ends, because we're not going to get another one. I'm assuming prior to launch. It is going to be a long wait to come back to Mother's Embrace again in Diablo.
Oh, God.
Because, man, it's going to be good.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. It's definitely going to be something to look forward to. But we got some games that are lining up between now and then that are definitely going to keep us, at least I know for sure myself, highly interested and intrigued. And just for me, what I've been getting into, the main thing really has just been Genshin Impact, jumping in there.
Oh, yeah, Steel, we really didn't talk about anything you got into, did we?
Yeah, no. Diablo's have been...
We rolled right into Diablo.
Yeah, and I played less of that than I'd have anything else. But yeah, the main thing has just been Genshin, jumping in there, awesome. Basically more so on the free-to-play side of things. And just enjoying it for what it is, right? Because I played Genshin when it first released, and it felt all right back then. But jumping back in because my daughter found some. I'm guessing that this is the one that just kind of grabbed her, because she's played Breath of the Wild and things of that nature, and it could just be characters and whatnot that really take it to that next level. But you know, she jumped in, and it does have co-op features, so I was like, you know what, let me get in there, and also get a little bit of grinding so we can play together and whatnot. And so I've been kind of working on that consistently in the background. And again, I'm just treating it like it's free to play. And I know it is a gacha game. It is a game that wants you to, hey, won't you get these characters or whichever the case, and you're rolling for them, right? It's a loot box game. But I'm treating it more so just like a regular open world game that gives you a team to work with. And if I get a good character that I like, I'll throw them into the team and we'll just kind of work it in from there. That's been kind of my main kind of vice at the moment, playing that.
So special, Steel. That's so special. That's video games, man. When you got kids and you guys can share a game, right? Again, some of my best gaming memories are with my kiddo, right? In certain games, and that's something you can never replace. And I think that's the important thing to take away. For all of you who may not have kids, it's the same thing as, you get that group of friends that plays a certain game nonstop, right? But take that to another level when it's your own kid, right? And the love is there, and you are sharing a hobby with your child. It does take it to a different spot. It really, really does, man. And that's what video games can do. That's the power. Yeah,
and that's kind of the thing. That's why it's just like, I know a lot of people are like, oh, Genshin, why? Well, I mean, this is why, you know what I mean? Yep. Some things are more important. Like, of course, I can sit here and I can play Harry Potter and do all these great things and play whatever other game that I want. But there's those moments you can't really, at least for me, you can't look past. And I do want to be able to enjoy those moments with her. So yeah, I've been grinding it out. I've been having a good time with it. It's been really fun. At least for me, you know, the different combat's really dope. That's one of the things that I liked about it when it originally released is this it does have a variance in combat. And when you get different characters, all the characters don't necessarily fight the same. They may with certain weapons, but you know, you get, you know, those 5-star, 4-star characters. Some of them fight very differently from each other. And it really opens the combat mechanic up along with the how they use the elements within their game and have the different explosions and how different things complement each other. It's really dope, man. Which gets me again excited for Hoyo themselves. Again, you guys can feel whatever about their gacha service. It's an option. You don't have to sit there and roll. Their characters that they give you are very are enough to get you through the content, and it does get me excited for their newer games that are coming out. So hey, ready to see what else Hoyo's going to put out on the fronts. And then. Other than that, I think that's really been the main thing that I've been jumping into. I played been kind of jumping in and out of some Modern Warfare, jumping in and out of Warzone, doing the Resurgence mode. It's kind of like the Battle Royale, but it's on a smaller map, and you get lives. Like you can respawn as long as your teammates are alive until the end. So that's been really interesting. Caught some dubs and some randoms. So that's been really fun.
Nice.
Also jumped back into some Fortnite, especially with the recent news that we've seen from the UE5 demo on what Fortnite is going to be capable of doing. I don't like Fortnite's gunplay. The gunplay is completely ass to me. It's not consistent. I just don't like the way that it feels, and maybe it's just me being me. Maybe it's because I'm an older gamer. Maybe the game just isn't me. I don't know. But every time that I play it, it's the one thing that I always say that I don't like. Is there something off about the sensitivity? There's something off about the gun mechanics.
Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, and that could be
Nothing wrong with that.
Especially for a third-person game. Maybe I am expecting a Ghost Recon. Maybe I am expecting a Gears of War. Maybe I am expecting
a lot of games that are very technical when it comes to gunplay.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like, well, in Fortnite, it's not even about it being like simplistic or anything. It's just like the guns aren't consistent, especially at range. It's like, bro, since when does this have to be Battlefield all of a sudden? And that's kind of how it feels. It's like, am I playing Battlefield or am I playing Fortnite? Or I'm playing a mix. I don't know. And there's other underlying mechanics that are there that I just haven't cared. Well, there just hasn't been enough playtime that I put into it to really find out what it is. But Pong, real quick, if you can shout out some people in the chat, let me
Absolutely, let's go. Hey, all of you who are showing up here, whether you're live right now, and I'm going to talk to you guys first. So appreciate you all for being here and joining me and Steel again. Week off last week. Great to be back in the chairs again, doing what we love on a Saturday morning. So thank you all for being here. If you're listening to us in the future as well, no matter when that is, we love you all the same. Nothing but respect for everybody that comes out and joins us. If you are here right now, if you can help us out and hit that like button and give us a share if you got a moment, it does help the algorithm. It helps us reach more people. You guys have been doing fantastic. Again, the slow, consistent growth that Steel and I have seen is what we wanted in the first place. Again, we do one show a week right here, 3+ hours every Saturday. That's what we do. We don't do a whole lot of videos and all that kind of stuff. Maybe at some point we will be able to do that. I have to get a PC and all that kind of stuff. But again, thank you all for helping us out do that. But let's get some shout outs here. Six Slayer, what is going on, brother? Great to have you in the chat. Lord Roughness is in the house as well. Great to have you a part of the show, brother. Of course, the one, the only brother from another Fun Speculation family, 3-bit actual developer. And if you guys want to know, he's the reason why Fable's taking so long to come out. So go blame 3-bit. Of course, I'm just joking, but the man has worked on Fable as well as many other things. Some Affleck commercials you've probably seen. 3-bit is awesome. And he's starting to do more shows as well. The Ask 3-Bit segment. So go check out his channel. 3-Bit, great to have you, brother. ATL is in the house. What's going on, man? Dan the Man Cunningham, one of the OGs that helped me get into podcasting. Thank you very much, Dan the Man Cunningham, for joining myself and Steel this morning. Eastside Vandal, what is going on? Always great to have you in here on Saturday. Gerald Mack, brother, salute. Great to have you a part of the show, you know already. Who else we got here? We got Blue Moon FC always jumping in here saying hi. Blue Moon, it is fantastic to see you as well. Splendiferous is in the house, the man who holds my feet to the fire all the time. Splen, what's going on, brother? Hope you're having a great Saturday morning. Nix, again, talking about OGs. Nix has been here nearly since day one. Actually, I think he was here day one as well. Nix, great to have you a part of the show, sir. Just Shady TV, what is going on? He hit me up on Twitter and had to tell me that I was right and he got addicted to Diablo. So much so that he didn't pop into Resident Evil 4 Remake. Hey, I'm not going to blame you, man. I'm telling you, Diablo 4 is special. So great to have you here, Just Shady TV. Dr. Dinglenut is in the house. One of my favorite names of the community. What's going on, Doctor? Jacob Novick, of course, another OG up in here. Jacob, great to have you a part of the show. And of course, Big Mad Mo. It wouldn't be a Saturday morning without you, sir. Big supporter in the community, always showing up in chats. Thank you, Big Mad Mo, for being here as well. General Spartan 27. I love seeing the General. Always dropping in and saying hi. What's going on, General? Great to have you here. Lucius Augustus. Lucius Augustus. You sound like you should have a title before that, like Sir Lucius Augustus. Love your name, man. Great to have you in here as a part of our show this morning. Who else we got dropping in here? Oh, we got the one, the only midweek mix-up collective leader. The man is putting together another community indie showcase. Keep your eyes out for it. And for gosh sakes, if you're not following him, if you're not subscribed to Midweek Mix-Up Collective, go do it. Wandering Dutch, the one and only. You got to go follow that man. The things that he does, the content that he does put out, nothing but quality. Go follow Wandering Dutch and the Midweek Mix-Up Collective, which Living Splitscreen is a part of. So you're going to see me and Steel doing a little community indie showcase action as well. That is always a great time. Who else we got in here? Let's see. It's always fun scrolling through a phone trying to find new names. Ramadan 202. What's going on, Ramadan? I see you up in here. Thank you for joining us. We got, Kay Asante. We were talking about him a little bit earlier. Kay Asante, what's going on, brother? Again, shout out to him and Everborn, our Saturday morning brothers from the Gaming Circle podcast. But they are off today, so it is great to see Kay Asante in the chat early. Normally, he drops in after the show's over, because Steele and I are still going. But he usually drops over. I got to drop into the Gaming Circle podcast chat last week and catch those guys live, which I normally don't do because we're on at the same time. But Kay Asante, great to see you, brother, as always. Toolman 55. What's going on, Toolman? We got Tony Grasso, of course, is in the house. We got Jesse Darby dropping in here. Look at all these great people. Dusty, what's going on, Dusty? Lots of familiar names. Let's see if I missed anybody else up early on in here, and then I'll scroll back down to the bottom to see if anybody popped in here. Andrew Cullinane, what's going on? Shane G, of course, brother, you know what it is, coming in here as well, saying hi. Oh, we got Mishi. What's going on? Came in early saying Starfield. You're in the right place. You're in the right place. When that game drops in September, man, are we gonna have some conversations? It might be Starfield Central around here because of me. Who else? Let's see if I missed anybody else. I'm going back down to the bottom here. If I missed you, I apologize. We got C4 Skills. What's going on, C4 Skills? And we've got Skills. Are you guys brothers or family? You got C4 Skills and we got Skills. All right. Well, thank you both for dropping in here. Anytime we get some skills in the chat, I'm for it. So let's go. I think I've got everybody that I could see. If I missed you again, apologize. Doing this off my phone, but great to see every single one of you coming back for a Saturday. Myself and Steel for Living Splitscreen episode 96 going on right now. So Steel, are you ready to get into some games? Upcoming week of games, sir.
I am ready to get into this upcoming week of games. Let's get into it. Sorry for that. I had to make sure the wife was straight.
You don't have to
Sometimes
apologize. You know I got to leave all the time too. So
sometimes when you
it's real
have a
life.
little incident, you gotta help
Yeah,
out, right?
yeah. No, it's
All
Saturday morning,
right.
man. All right. So this
Let's
week in gaming, what are we doing? We're doing the week of the March 27th. March is already gone. We should already be playing Starfield. The Marchers did die on that hill, as Splendiferous likes to remind me. We should have been playing it a few days ago. But you know what? With Diablo 4 coming and all that good stuff, the September date actually works nicely, at least for me. Would I rather have Starfield early? Of course. I still want it now. I want it yesterday. I wanted it 2 months ago. I wanted it last year on November. But the fact that Diablo 4 is coming has taken a slight edge off of that September release date for myself because I know I'm going to have plenty of time to play it. So let's get down to business. Week of March 27th. These are your upcoming games, at least according to Game Informer. Not always complete. If there's a big one that's not in here and you guys go, oh, what about? Throw it in the chat so I can
please.
shout it out or still catch it as I'm reading off this stuff. All right, so week of March 27th, we are going to start off with Colossal Cave, and this is coming to this has previously been out, but it's coming to Xbox. It looks like it's been on. Let's see, January 19th. This launched on PlayStation 5, Switch, and PC. So now Xbox Series and Xbox One are getting it March 28th, and it's going to be coming to PSVR 2 and PlayStation 4 later this year. So Colossal Cave, this is from Cygnus Entertainment. It is an adventure game. So go check out Colossal Cave. Then we've got Crime Boss Rockay City. I don't know how to feel about this game, man. I really don't. I'm not going to get it day one, obviously.
Yeah.
This might be something I jump into down the road. I really am interested in reading some reviews on this from some of the people I trust. I want to see what people are thinking about this. Crime Boss Rockay City from In Game Studios, 505 Games. Of course, this has a big lineup of actors involved in it. This is that one that kind of looks like 80s kind of B movie type game. It's a shooter, so it's a first-person shooter with a bunch of big-name actors in it. If you guys don't remember, go check out the videos. But Crime Boss Rockay City also dropping this week, March 28th. And of course, for all you baseball fans out there, the one, the only MLB The Show 23 dropping this week. Huge week for the baseball fans, for the sports game fans, for sure. PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and of course, as most of us here probably already know, it will be in Game Pass day one, as it has been for the past couple years, ever since the MLB stepped in and said, Sony, you know what? We're missing out on a whole nother audience over on Xbox. You want to keep the game? You got to put it over on Xbox. So here we are, first party Sony game in Xbox Game Pass, day one, MLB The Show 23 on March 28th. Still, then one that I really want to jump into. I don't know if I can do it this week, but Sifu is finally coming to Xbox consoles. Sifu is finally coming. They also, during the Future Game Show, announced a new expansion for Sifu as well, some DLC coming. I really want to play Sifu. I know you already did. You
I
had
played
Master
some.
Chief.
Yeah.
You had Master Chief Sifu.
Yes.
You were so
I was Master Shifu.
Yeah, Master Chifu. Very good. That was quick on the draw right there. I like that one. So Sifu is finally hitting Xbox. I know a lot of people are gonna jump into this, and I don't blame you. I want to play this game. It looks fantastic.
It's a fun game.
Everybody played
it.
it.
It's not an easy game, but it's a fun game.
Yeah. It's definitely a challenging game, but I'm definitely interested. So that's a good get though. That's finally coming to Xbox, even if it is late. Then we got Terra Nil coming to PC, iOS, and Android. This is from Free Lives, published by Devolver Digital. Devolver Digital don't miss, at least for me, very often. So interesting. This game is going to be mobile. This is going to be a sim game. So Terra Nil looks like it's going to be a planet sim game. So go check out Terra Nil. Again, Devolver don't miss. Kind of sad it's only on mobile and PC, but I don't have PC. So mobile. I'd like to see that come to console at some point, Devolver. Let's make that happen. Then, Steel, Last of Us Part 1 dropping onto PC, sir. Dropping on the PC.
That's
finally.
nice.
Finally.
Yeah.
Yeah. Last of Us Part 1 PC. It's going to be big, especially after the show, the renewed interest in The Last of Us again. There will be definitely, this is great to see. It's coming to PC. What's going on?
I'm just waiting for, my internet to load.
I know,
That's all.
Factions. I know.
No, I mean, no, I was waiting for my internet to fucking load up so I could show people the screen.
Is that what was going on?
Yeah, it just fucking was acting slow as hell.
Yeah, we were about to get another Factions rant.
Lord, no, I have nothing to say about Factions. Again,
yes, you do. And then I'm gonna go into it.
No, I really don't have nothing to say. Nothing outside that I haven't said already,
you're
man.
Just disappointed, man.
I am disappointed. I'm disappointed in Sony. I'm disappointed in Naughty Dog. But again, they said they're making the game Factions. They're expanding it out, and I could care less about trying to play the first game again. Between me playing the game originally, and then now we watching the shows. I am not the guy that plays these games multiple times. I played the story once. That's all I needed. I played it on a harder difficulty. That's all I needed. I'm not about to jump back into this. And shout out to everybody who has double, triple, and quadruple dipped for this game. I feel like if we're going to talk about people releasing games and the negativity of it, can we at least look one direction and be like, dog, what the hell are y'all doing? How many times does this game need to be released? How many times, I'm glad it's coming to PC. We're going to get a definitive version. I'm going to get mods, and the game's probably going to look better than it's ever had. But it's like, dog, where is your next iteration?
Right.
Where is the thing that's going to help you keep breadth in this IP? Because you can't just keep introducing things and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, the hype for it dies down. And then you want to build that back up with Factions, a mode that probably a lot of people aren't going to end up playing or dropping off from because Factions isn't an easy mode to play. It's PvP in most cases. And this new one's supposed to be a little bit different than that, more open world. And there's so many rumors swirling around what this is supposed to be. And it's like, bro, that's not what we fucking asked for. But again, Dev, you create your, Naughty Dog, you create whatever your vision is. I just don't know because the first Factions being so niche, whether it is worth you spending all this additional time creating this service-based game and you don't get the traction that you're looking for. A TV show, although doing well, is not going to all of a sudden make people want to play PvP. And I have a weird suspicion that this is going to be something else. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing. I'm also on the nose or on the side of, I don't know if it's going to end up even being as far as Factions goes, because I mean, everybody, if you haven't played Last of Us Part 1, go play it. I will say that. Okay. If you haven't played it yet, please go play it and play it in its best form. If not, play it wherever you have access to and play it. But as far as Naughty Dog goes, these are the things that are to why I cannot give them the same credence that other people gives them. Same thing I do for Bungie, same thing I do for 343, the same thing I do for any of these other companies that I have a genuine interest in. It's just 6 years on a multiplayer. Like, what are we doing? It's just like, I hope that everything is working as intended. I hope that they're making all the money they need to help fund their project behind the scene. Because God damn it, Naughty Dog, since Crash Bandicoot, I don't know what the fuck y'all been into. But I'm trying to make these hyper-realistic games that once you beat them, why would I go back to it? And me and Pong don't even want to play the second game. I don't want to play it until I get my multiplayer. Paul doesn't want to play it because of the story and how that ended up going. And I don't know. I'm not saying that I'll end up feeling the same way, but why did you release Last of Us 2 as part of this? Why isn't there a collection coming to PC? I thought Last of Us Part 1 was remade with some of the same things that Part 2 had in it. Isn't that what they said? oh, we remade part 1 with part 2 in mind. Is that what happened? So where's part 2 a part of this? So I can't get part 1 and 2? Now I would have bought that. $70? Goddamn, I would have bought that. Man, that's a deal. But just 1? Hey, Chat, it is what it is.
Chat, if you haven't spent a lot of time with us in Living Splitscreen, you now just heard Steel's trigger word. I gave that to you for free.
Yeah, factions, yeah.
Faction. That's all you got to say. And he said he wasn't going to go on a rant.
No.
Do you see how it builds? Do you see how it builds, folks? That is his trigger word. That's all you got to do. So if you ever meet Steel in real life, just say factions.
It's fucking annoying, man. It's annoying because the only other third person game that has that like level of love for it or like greatness to it compared to like a Gears, right? To like Gears of War. It was the various like that's like PlayStation's version of Gears. Where the fuck is that?
Yes, chat. We are still on upcoming games of the week, by the way. Anyways, I love you, brother. It's so freaking amazing. I knew it was gonna. The minute I said it, I'm like, here it comes. It's not gonna stop. Oh god, it's amazing. All right,
we will release it. Nix, Steel, Naughty Dog's response. We will release it, and you will like it. And we'll watch our HBO show.
Nix,
and what if people don't like it?
Nix, we're not gonna get through the show.
What if people don't like it? You spent all this money, and you made this game so big. Hey, Pong, don't people release games, especially like a multiplayer version, then expand it out? You know, give people a base, maybe see if there's really going to be some people who are really worth keeping in this economy, in this ecosystem.
Yes.
Before we just expand the game out and say, oh, it got bigger than ever. It got bigger than ever. Then what? What is it gonna turn into? DayZ?
Yeah.
Like what?
They're gonna do survival.
What game are we playing now?
Oh well, it's factions.
Oh,
it's factions.
Okay.
It's factions.
Okay. Oh god.
Are you good?
I'm good.
Is it all out?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure?
For now.
I don't. I'm about to go to the next game.
Yeah, go ahead.
We good? We're cool to leave The Last of Us.
We go.
All right. Again, if you guys forgot how this started, Last of Us Part 1 coming to PC next week. Okay, so here we go. All right, back on track. Dredge. This is a new fishing game coming out. Actually, looks really interesting. Black Salt Games, Team 17. It's not what you think. You drive your boat. It's like top-down view almost, overview of the world. You drive your boat out, you go fishing, collect different fish, that kind of stuff. Dredge coming out to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation 4, Xbox One, Switch, and PC. Is everybody putting factions in the chat?
No, and Eastside Vandal says, I hope they make Steel a playable character in factions. They should.
You'll just sit there and rant.
Naughty Dog, you need to hit me up so I can rant the whole time. Yeah. I'm going to be the special NPC, character.
Like in the background that just rants while you're playing.
Tractions. Yeah, exactly. They're not going to get any traction to keep going this way.
Chat, leave it alone. Let's go. All right. So Dredge coming out next week as well. The Last Worker is coming to PlayStation 5, Xbox Series, PlayStation VR2, Switch, and PC on March the 30th. The Last Worker is developed by Wolf and Wood Oify.
Interesting name.
And Oify. Great, interesting. Published by Wired Productions.
Never heard of it.
It's an adventure game. It is mature. So go check out that one. Looks kind of interesting.
That box looks kind of evil. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Yeah. Something hiding in there. It's factions hiding in there.
Probably. Probably.
Then we got a game that I really enjoyed. I gotta get back to it. It's an indie title from a single developer.
Oh yeah, I remember.
It's been on Xbox. It's finally coming to PlayStation 5 and PlayStation 4. And I'm talking about Citizen Sleeper. This thing's been winning awards. I think it just won a BAFTA award as well.
Oh wow, okay.
It's set in space.
I like the art
It's got a lot of social commentary to it, about the worker class, about freedom, about a lot of different big social issues. If you are paying attention, or if that's something that a lot of times that goes background noise for me. But I got to bring it up because the developer himself is about it, right? And it was obviously very purposeful that this game was going to have that type of narrative. But even if you're not into all of that,
Got like a 9 on Metacritic, I think.
Oh yeah, no, this game is phenomenal. It's set in space. You're on a space station, and you've got to do different like work stuff. And the art, the aesthetic is gorgeous. Steel. The music is phenomenal. The characters, the writing that he did is so well done. It is a game that I suggest everybody go check out. Citizen Sleeper is still on Game Pass in Xbox. If you have not checked it out, drop into it and see if it's something that you like. It's a shorter game. I think you can do it in 5 or 6 hours. I think that's what people were saying originally.
Oh
wow! But it's really, really good. It's a game that everybody should check out if you are looking for something like that. Very interesting mechanics involved, like mini game side stuff as well to it. While you're trying to complete tasks, you've got a certain amount of points to complete the tasks that you can spend each day. And again, go check out Citizen Sleeper. And if you haven't and you got a PlayStation, please take a dive into it and look at it and see if it's something for you. Cosmonius High is coming to Quest. We got a Quest only game.
Oh God. No, it's VR2. PlayStation VR2.
Oh, it already came out on VR2 in February.
Okay.
It's finally coming to Quest now on March 31st. Cosmonius High from Alchemy Labs, developed and published action simulation.
Crazy, these people you just never have heard of. It's like, where do these guys come from?
Because Steel, what are you saying? The industry's kind of big.
Oh wow,
this is kind of a dynamic industry.
It's surprising.
I mean, maybe consolidation really isn't that big a deal in an industry this size right now at all.
Well, you're talking crazy talk.
Well, yeah, I don't
crazy talk.
But that is or was after Steele's rant in the middle of it about factions. Your upcoming week of games, everybody. So expanded edition with factions rant. So let's go.
It always ends up being expanded somehow. No matter what, we end up finding a game or something else to speak on that really gets us excited, whether it be the hype or just us talking about something like factions, for an example, and how annoyed I am by that. Again, not to get into it another more, but it looks like we got some, more exciting things. Again, as the weeks roll by, we do this on a week-to-week basis. I may start trying to pull this back out again as far as its own kind of section again. Just so, again, it's additional content. There are some things I'm trying to work on in the background to see if there'll be of any benefit to it. But, yeah, hopefully you guys saw something in there that you have some interest in. So, with that said, about an hour in on the recording side of things, and for our audio listeners, I think it's time for us to really get into this content. I know you said you might have to cut out a little early today, so we probably won't do a 4-hour show today. We'll probably keep it right around 3. So we got a couple hours to really bust down these topics here. So hopefully, ladies and gentlemen, if you haven't already, hit that like button. If you like the content you've gotten thus far right here with Living Splitscreen, again, you're good. A non-console-centric platform. Again, hit that like button again if you can. Well, don't unlike it. Just make sure you hit the like button. Tell your friends to hit that sub button so we can get that road to 1K fulfilled. We're trying to get it paved out. I'm bringing the cement trucks out. We're getting everything lined up as we continue to pave that road to 1K. So definitely, please help us out on that front. Again, gotta get the algorithms right. And again, Living Splitscreen goes live every Saturday, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time. And this is the place that live, raw, and uncut energy while you get that soul to feed your weekend. Maybe just a Saturday. Maybe you got to work tomorrow. 3-Bit says, I want a weekly Steel rant about factions. Hey man, I can. I literally can. I love factions, man. I love Last of Us Part 1, bro. I really do. Like, again, Last of Us is going to be forever one of my top games of all time. Definitely in my top 10. Maybe even top 5. It kind of moves around. But it's definitely up there, and that complete package with factions being a part of that experience. There's just not many games that hit every angle of a game correct, right? And I felt like Last of Us did that. Although I didn't get to spend the 1,000 hours of game time in factions that I probably would have liked to. Again, get caught up in things, and They didn't. I feel like that's also a missed opportunity for the PlayStation 5 that they didn't bring that forward. But again, like I was mentioning, it has that kind of a little bit of that Gears syndrome, although I don't think Factions is as popular as Gears has been on the multiplayer front. I do think that there's a lot of people out there that I've at least seen who have stated that they don't even want the multiplayer, right? So there's two minds about it, right? And people are going to feel however they want to, but it is another proven point that not everybody's going to play certain games or play a certain parts of games, right? And Factions was not an easy mode just to jump into and play. You had to have an understanding of the game, the crafting mechanics, and what works and what didn't. But it also wasn't overly complicated. I don't know. That's why I get so passionate about it, because it does have that huge potential to really be a standout. And if Naughty Dog putting the type of attention to detail and things of that nature within their games, you saw a lot of that within their multiplayer mode within Factions. So it's just like, in Factions 2 or whatever the case, or with this standalone mode for Factions, although I do think it's going to come out with a Last of Us Part 2 remake and whatnot. That's neither here or there. But it has a lot of potential to really hit the nail on the head for a lot of people, especially in this day and age. People seem to be a little bit more open-minded about those style of games, but 3-Bit also said, I wish PS focused more on multiplayer, like Spider-Man 2 should be co-op. And I definitely agree, 3-Bit. I think it's a missed opportunity. If Spider-Man isn't co-op, it's unfortunate, because I think it'll be super dope to have people come in, right? Or not have people come in, but you and a buddy get together, or like me and my brother get together. We can choose whether we want to be Spider-Man or Miles Morales, and we just, take on the world together, right? Again, there is two different kinds of stories to be told there, so it depends on how they treat that. My main concern for Spider-Man right now is that they do Venom justice. Maybe they bring in the co-op in the third game or something. When they open it up, maybe they want to go to like Spider-Verse kind of thing. But my main concern for Spider-Man is, how do you expand upon that map? Are you going to let me cross the bridge? And the bridges, I should say. And are you truly going to lean into the mature side for Venom and really bring the story to life, right? Because cartoons have kind of brought it into reality with the older Spider-Man's animated series, but we haven't got a proper representation of who Venom truly is. And the movies do a little bit of justice. Oh, it's kind of too humorous, right? Especially as soon as they make it that way. But I don't know. It'll be interesting to see. Eastside Vandal says, why would Sony need Factions? They have COD. Oops. Lord Roughness says, 780 people in this chat and 40 hits. Likes, hit that like button. God damn it, Lord Roughness. If there's 780 people in this chat, that would be exciting. But there's not. That's okay. But I think you wrote that in the wrong chat, Lord. God damn it. But that's fine. Blue Moon says, do we know yet if Wolverine is going to be mature? I know that when there was some rumors going in about it and people trying to decide what they thought it was going to be, I do think that Insomniac came out and says that Wolverine was going to have more mature tones. Though more mature tones could mean a lot of things, right? We still don't know if, like, for an example, they said Blade is going to be mature, but we don't know if it's going to be rated R. And Blade needs to be rated R. Same thing with Wolverine. Wolverine needs to be like the older game, right? Except like put to the nth degree. Oh, you were exaggerating, Lord Roughness? Look. Hey, if you made a mistake, it's okay. I'm here. I'll put a hand on your shoulder. And I'll tell you, look, Lord Roughness, I know you thought you were exaggerating a little bit. 780 people. But don't you ever get me that. No, I wouldn't shake your shoulder or anything like that. But over exaggeration. I hope if we can get 100, if we can get 1,000 people in here one day of me and Pong just chopping it up and fucking us getting crazy. Even if we get like 300 people, 200 to 300 people, I think we'll be above and beyond the moon again, because we still like chopping it up with you guys, man. Right, and I don't ever want to lose that. I'll always remember the people that have been in chat that like to chop it up, that have always had good conversation with us, and we're willing to, really sit down and enjoy a Saturday morning with. Jesse Darby says, all I can say this. I don't like you guys no more because you're not giving me 4 hours of content today. Damn it. Hey, Jesse, look, real life happens. Can't always give you the full breadth. You know what's funny about that? That's so accidental that we do that on a week-to-week basis. And it's a lot because of me and Pong not being able to talk as frequently with each other as we'd like to. Of course, we talk behind the scenes all the time, like in deep whatnot. But as far as us trying to get set up for the show, that's kind of why the show runs the way that it does, and I think that it flows pretty smoothly, right? Although it does go for some time, I don't think that we sit here and repeat some of the same things that we say back to back, or we tread the same topics over and over again, or I feel like we hit many different angles, even if it's the same topic. We come from so many different aspects of that topic, which makes it unique, and why we enjoy talking about potential acquisitions and what the game industry has going on, like with this whole ABK scenario.
Who's next?
And again, the question of who's next, that's going to be in the cards, because MS themselves have come out and stated, hey, we're not done. So with that, you got to have those open conversations. And I know people just want to talk about what games have you beat today? That's just not the reality of life, though. And this isn't back in the day. And that's one thing that I want people to realize, that we're not in the past anymore. This isn't 15, 20 years ago where you had the one game, and if you didn't beat that one game, that somebody could probably feel some type of way. They're like, what are you doing? You're not beating games, man. Now it's like you're getting so many different games to play. There are so many different games that might fit your fancy, for an example. And if you're going to touch on a little bit of everything, especially as adults, because we have lives outside of gaming. This is why this is a hobby, right? There's some of us have families, you got jobs, you got businesses you run in the background. You might have other hobbies that you like to enjoy other than just gaming. And if you're doing all of that, trying to enjoy life, even as someone like myself, I tend to put away my other hobbies so that I can game more often. I still don't have enough time to not only play Genshin, but then also finish Harry Potter, or not only play Call of Duty, but also play Genshin, or not, and so on and so forth. And it's only going to grow, right? So it's like these different games are fighting for your time. Things can't be looked at the same way that they were looked at before. And again, you have to find the most important thing that I'm going to tell anybody, and nobody can literally judge you for this, is that you have to find out what you are into, what you enjoy, what you like, what is your game.
As a gamer, right, Steel?
1,000. You have to know. It. You have to know.
Nobody can tell you different.
And if you can't speak on who you are as a gamer, and when you get in a conversation, you start to fold, that's why people pick on y'all. Or some of y'all. Because people
just want to gatekeep too.
Well, people want to try to segregate the gaming, like this whole gaming sphere, like, oh, there's a class system in gaming, which again, we talk about that numerous times, so I don't need to bring it back up. But it's so deafening to the ears, because it's like, that's not the point. We are here to play games. Whether you're finishing those games or not, just don't sit here and say that the game is hot ass when you didn't beat the game. I can't like.
Well, if you played the game and you uninstalled it because it's hot ass, you could still have that opinion that it's hot ass.
Well, but you have to be able to articulate that opinion, right? You can't just say, "Oh, it's hot ass," and then leave it at that.
That's the difference. Yeah.
And that's what happens, and that's why people get picked on, because that's what people leave out of that conversation, is that there is that middle, right? Just like there's two sides to all stories. One side is, oh, people gatekeeping and saying these, but then the other side is, oh, this person just said it was ass and didn't explain anything, or they're speaking on the game from an aspect like they didn't complete certain aspects that they said they did. Right. Which that does become the question. But whether you beat the game, I can give a fuck less. If you beat the game, great. You beat the game. I saw somebody, I don't know who it was this past week. They made a post that, only 25% of players beat Hogwarts Legacy. Yeah. Who gives a fuck?
Right.
Like, why is this a metric out of all the things that you could be doing today? Why is this the metric that you're bringing up? Because people are talking about Hogwarts Legacy and you want some traction? Okay, let's be frank. 90% of gamers don't beat their games, especially in today's day and era. There's way too much content out there for you think the common consumer, the way that we're going, you think they're going to beat every game that they play? Fuck no.
And there's more people that just play Madden and Call of Duty online and never touch any other game. Who cares?
The goal is to get those gamers to play these other games, even if it's for a little bit.
Yeah.
You put 20 hours into a game, boom, you got it. Right. It's just, I don't know.
It's just dumb. It's the same conversation we've been having since we started this.
Of course.
It's stupid. Again, I'm not for somebody come out here lying, acting like they beat a bunch of games when they don't. That's why I'm up front that I'm a grazer. That's why I tell people I rarely beat games. I still have an opinion on them. I still have an opinion on what I've played because I can, but I'm never going to come out here and give you a full review and be like, oh yeah, the ending was fantastic when I never saw the ending. Like, that's not going to happen. But like Steel says all the time, know who you are as a gamer and stand on it and be that person and don't let anybody knock you off. As long as you're being upfront, as long as you're being real, nobody can take away from who you are as a gamer because, again, this is a freaking hobby. It's a fun hobby. And if somebody's trying to develop a class system between people, then they're in the wrong. That's on them. That's on them.
This isn't the place for us to try to really put these things in place. It's like the people that I see again this week going, talking about the whole power narrative and gamers are holding back gaming because they want these mediocre games and everybody, you get excited for games like Hi-Fi Rush. This industry would never move forward. What the fuck are we talking about?
Move on.
Like, too late. Like it's a one-sided conversation, and again, graphics matter to an extent, but that's not what games are. Games aren't graphics. Those are movies. If you want a movie, if I wanted to fucking watch a movie, I'd watch a movie. No, I don't want to watch. I want to play. I want a game to be a game and give me some good story beats. Right? It's the balance. That's what makes gaming unique. The balance. Being able to do both so well.
It's an interactive medium.
You can't tell, right?
Yeah,
you're in it. When you put the controller down, you're like, if you put the controller down, you're like, wow. You're right back in it. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. That's me. Am I kind of taking it? It's a little slight side tangent on there. We'll call that the community, a little spotlight right there. That has been a lot of things that I've been seeing this week, man. A lot of that nonsense, a lot of that noise. So
there's been so much noise this week, Steel, and for obviously good reasons. Circus shows up when news is happening.
Of course.
Right?
Everybody denied that the deal was going to end up being approved. We even had people sitting out there saying it was going to be 99% sure that this deal was going to get blocked. And
the goalpost has moved.
Wow.
The goalpost has already moved. Now we're back to consolidation is bad for the industry.
Oh, okay. Although in this example, I don't see how can you prove to me that consolidation is bad? In this main example.
Oh no, but Steel, we've got many examples of consolidation being awful for the consumer, so therefore it's going to automatically be awful for the consumer when it comes to video games. Again, ignoring the fact that there's consolidation of opportunity when things are really good, and then there's consolidation in times of need. Those are two separate things when an industry is failing and everybody consolidates, and when it's opportunity and parties are happy to be joining bigger umbrellas when they do it. Again, as I said on PM to PM, there's been no hostile takeovers by Microsoft.
No.
These are mutually beneficial agreements on all sides.
As a matter of fact, it's so bad to the point where even with this deal, Microsoft is in the same place they started off.
Sure.
So
let's get into it. Let's get into ABK stuff.
The reason why I bring that information up and bring a little bit of that heat there is because, look, this article is going to be coming from The Verge. And it's UK regulators side with Microsoft over Call of Duty on PlayStation concerns. This comes off the heat that the CMA has narrowed their scope of concerns in the Microsoft Activision Blizzard acquisition, saying they don't see that it lessens competition in any way.
Wait, what, Steel? What'd you just say? How is that possible, Steel? The math checked out, Steel. Oh, the math didn't check out is what you're getting at here. Microsoft had to redo the CMA's math for them. They graded the homework and the CMA got an F, folks, on how they were figuring out exactly the bottom line of what would happen if Microsoft did foreclose Call of Duty and make it exclusive. That's funny.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of, I feel like it's a lot of that is something that we kind of expected on a lot of fronts. But it's funny that it came out this week, especially when we're starting to wind down. We're getting it towards the summer, spring, although in the South, for whatever reason, it's acting like it doesn't know what it wants to be quite yet. It was just cold as hell not that long ago. But nonetheless, since we're getting closer to when this deal is supposed to be closing out, it is interesting to see these sides starting to kind of fold a little bit and come to the conclusion that where a lot of us who aren't lawyers, attorneys, or just, taking that educated consumer perspective, that ECP, and just sitting back from that RTS view and saying, man, I just personally don't understand how this would be an issue for gamers at all. And it continues. So The Verge, this article states, UK regulator sides with Microsoft over Call of Duty on PlayStation concerns. The UK's Competition and Markets Authority has updated its financial models after Microsoft publicly criticized its app. So it goes on to say, the UK's Competition and Markets Authority, CMA, has now sided with Microsoft over concerns the software giant could remove Call of Duty from PlayStation if its proposed Activision Blizzard deal is approved. The regulator still has concerns about the deal's impact on the cloud gaming market and will complete its investigation by the end of April. Again, that was one of their main sticking points that they iterated previously, is the cloud gaming market. But even that, because it is a market that is unproven, Microsoft isn't preventing anybody from competing in this market. The only thing that's preventing other people from competing in this market is other people in their capital to be able to invest in cloud gaming. Again, it's still an open conversation to have, because if Microsoft has the overall forthright to make sure that they are ahead of this, I mean, you do want to make sure there's some things concerned, some concerns are addressed, and that the consumers will be treated fairly. But nonetheless, nothing to prove for as of current. Having considered the additional evidence provided, we have now provisionally concluded that the merger will not result in a substantial lessening of competition in console gaming services, because the cost to Microsoft of withholding Call of Duty from PlayStation would outweigh any gains from taking such action, says Martin Coleman, chair of the independent panel of experts conducting the CMA investigation. The CMA had originally provisionally concluded that a Microsoft strategy to withhold Call of Duty from PlayStation would be profitable. Microsoft wasn't happy with that conclusion and publicly criticized the regulator's math earlier this month, arguing that the CMA's financial modeling was flawed. And again, from a consumer standpoint, we saw that also, where we didn't quite understand how that would make sense, or why Microsoft would even do that. And even Microsoft came out and said, hey, why would we do that? Like, Call of Duty is so big, it would hurt us more to take it away from platforms and to continue to let things go the way that they have been, and just make sure that everybody has an equal experience. Again, I know one thing is said, when things are said and not quite put on paper, or whichever the case, it's one thing. But then when you have those same people coming out and saying, hey, well, we have it in contract that we can do this for 10 years. And basically, it's almost an in perpetuity in some ways, but giving necessarily your competition 10 years to either come up with a solution to compete with Call of Duty, or at least making sure that they still got some capital coming in, I think is very forthright, right? They didn't have to do that, but it is a proven point. And again, to me, it iterates that Microsoft is being consistent in what they're looking for and what they're asking for. Hey, we're not taking away anything from anybody. We're actually trying to expand things out and give people more access than they've ever had previously. I mention that all the time. We're in the age of accessibility, the same way that Pong says this is the age of the golden age of gaming. So, it's just something to consider. We have considered the parties and third-party submissions on our LTV model and modified the inputs where appropriate, says the CMA in a filing published today. And that today is going to be on March 24th, so that would have been yesterday when this article came out. Let me get back down here. The CMA used a financial model that compares gains on a 5-year basis to losses on just a 1-year basis, and Microsoft argued it had clear errors that ultimately skewed the results. The CMA has now updated its models and admits Microsoft would actually see financial losses if it withheld Call of Duty from PlayStation. Microsoft says it welcomes the CMA's decision to fix its financial model. We appreciate the CMA's rigorous and thorough evaluation of the evidence and welcome its updated provisional findings. That's like them saying, we fucking tried to tell y'all, but you didn't want to fucking listen to us because we just got to be the big bad. And look what you had to do. You made yourself look retarded. Well, excuse me. Not going to say, that's not a nice word to say. You made yourself look really special. So, and this statement is coming from Rima Aleli. Hopefully I'm saying her name right. And she's the corporate vice president and deputy general counsel for Microsoft. And she stated this to The Verge, where this article is coming from. This deal will provide more players with more choice in how they play Call of Duty and their favorite games. We look forward to working with the CMA to resolve any outstanding. So, this article continues to go on. I am going to have this article linked down below in case you guys want to kind of tune in. It's kind of them going back and forth, and there's some additional information from that. There's also some information I do want to drop in here that did come from Phil. So I will drop this information in here as part of our conversation. I'm going to pass it off to you. So, it goes on to say, Sony says it's worried that Microsoft could raise the price of Call of Duty, make it only available on its own Xbox Game Pass subscription service, and either strategically or incidentally degrade the quality and performance of Call of Duty on PlayStation. Man, I don't know if we talked about this here, that PlayStation is so paranoid about things that they have done in the past that they are literally they're literally presenting information, kind of snitching on themselves here, right? That these are, at least in my opinion, are things that Sony has done. I don't have any documents or anything to say, hey, well, there's a reason why things are outperforming on the PlayStation versus the Xbox. So if you put 2 and 2 together, you can kind of see how that has been possible. The CMA hasn't responded to any of these specific concerns yet, but the regulator clearly isn't concerned about Microsoft seeking to entirely withhold Call of Duty from PlayStation anymore. Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer attempted to settle the Call of Duty on PlayStation debate once and for all in November, stating definitively in an interview with The Verge, the game will remain on PlayStation. He also did it again in a more recent interview, which I want to get the name of the people right. Do you know the name offhand? Was it Xbox On?
Yes.
With Xbox On I was going to say that I didn't want to be wrong on that though. That he did with Xbox On that also reiterated that, along with the conversation that he had with he was sitting down with Matt Booty. Was it who he was sitting down with? He was sitting down with somebody else. Where he also kind of talked about some of these similar things. But native Call of Duty on PlayStation, not linked to them having to carry out Game Pass, and this is coming from Phil, not streaming. If they want a streaming version of Call of Duty, we could do that as well, just like we do on our own console. There's nothing behind my back. It is the Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 doing great on PlayStation, doing great on Xbox. The next game, the next game, native on the platform, not having to subscribe to Game Pass. Sony does not have to take Game Pass on their platform to make that happen. There's nothing hidden. We want to continue to ship Call of Duty on PlayStation without any kind of weird aha. I figured out the gotcha, as Phil said, our intent. I understand some people's concerns on this, and I'm just trying to be as clear as I can be. So, Pong, with the CMA coming out and correcting some of its mistakes, and them also all coming in and saying that, hey, we're narrowing the scope of concerns for Microsoft and this ABK deal. We don't see how it's going to degrade competition in any way. Matter of fact, it seems like it's only going to benefit the consumers overall. And we apologize that we got some of the math wrong, saying that, hey, if you made Call of Duty single to your platform, although they never were going to do that, although we try to make this figurative situation kind of happen, we gotta pull back on that because it just doesn't make any sense. What does this tell you at this far into the acquisition at this point? And do you feel bad for the CMA, or does this kind of just double down a lot of the thoughts that we've already had, the confidence that we've had in this deal, and the conversation is on this is not going to negatively impact the consumers? It can only benefit. It can only benefit. How are you feeling about this?
Yeah, I put in the DMs yesterday. The Vince Carter. It's over. It's over. Okay. This shift right here is something that we have been waiting for. Even the tone of the CMA, they didn't put any emojis in their post yesterday. Steel. Remember how this whole started? Yeah. We now got down to business. Okay, the CMA started out with the cutesy little emojis in their PowerPoint presentation about, oh, we're going to protect our consumers over here, all this nonsense, right? But we've been talking about this for over a year now, Steel, ever since this acquisition was announced, right? Excuse me, coughing attack. And the one constant theme that we talked about, Steel, here and a lot of our shows that we're on, was that this was about the re-education of the regulatory bodies, that these phases that we had to go through, and again, many of us were very hopeful that this could get done early, but obviously Microsoft and their attorneys were spot on when they gave the deadline date of June, knowing that it would take a long time to get through to these different bodies across the globe. In some instances, what exactly this industry was and how it works, because these people didn't have any idea. Maybe some of them played games, but obviously most of them probably weren't even as passionate about it as we are here to talk about it all the time and to dig deep into this stuff. And you could see this through their communication style. You could see this through their own words. You can see this even in the news, because this has, obviously reached mass media because of the business implications, the stocking implications. When you watch people talk about this, it's truly eye-opening to see how many people don't understand how this industry actually runs. So this was going to be up to Microsoft to combat the nonsense, number one, that Sony was going to throw at this, because they had every intention, and we now know from the get-go they had every intention to not wheel and deal, but to get this deal nixed. That was all this was about for Sony. That was goal number 1 through number 10. There was no other goals here whatsoever. They knew that they would get a deal at the end of the day no matter what, so they went scorched earth. So they threw a bunch of nonsense at these ignorant people. Again, that's not a slight against these people. They can't know every industry that they're going to try to regulate. That's, again, that's stupid. That's like coming up to Steele and I and asking us for our opinions on specific items within the oil industry.
Right.
Okay, well, I'm not, I can talk generalities about some different subjects, but there's no way I'm going to be able to talk in depth. Okay. That's what these people have to go through when they review cases like this. So Microsoft's job was to come in and say, whoa. Okay, you guys are going to be hearing a lot of stuff. You're hearing a lot of things. You got all these documents. But this is how this industry actually runs. This is what it means to gamers, the consumers that you guys are supposedly trying to protect, versus the company that wants to protect itself in Sony. This is how this is actually going to work, and why we are going to be good stewards of Activision Blizzard King when we do acquire them, and why it's not going to make sense for us to disrupt something like a Call of Duty's business model, short term or long term. It's not going to make sense for us, from even as a $1 trillion company who can accept a lot of losses, who can do things differently than a lot of companies can do. It's still not going to make sense for us to foreclose and make this exclusive to our platform from a business standpoint. We're not looking to do that. And we've seen this evolution of thought from the CMA, from this EC. FTC, again, is on a different playing field because they've got political stuff wrapped up in it. Not that the EC and CMA are completely devoid of political leanings or devoid of political agendas, but the FTC is on another level. So let's just focus on EC and CMA because that's what we've been seeing kind of evolve here.
Right.
Is EC obviously, we got word last week, more so over the past couple weeks, that they were changing their tone and that it was now no longer about Sony's talking points and parroting these talking points and worried about the number one player in this game in Sony PlayStation. It was now going to be about cloud, and it was going to be about this future, because again, cloud is so small, cloud is so just, we don't know where cloud gaming is going to go. Like, a lot of us think that eventually it will be a big deal, but there's no way to judge that future. And yet the regulatory bodies are now looking at that and saying, well, we want to make sure whatever that future turns out to be, that Microsoft isn't a monopoly in the cloud gaming space. And we saw the EC make that changeover. And then we wondered how that would influence the CMA. Well, the CMA is kind of their own deal because now that the UK has left the EU and is on their own due to Brexit, the CMA kind of had their own agenda to make a statement like, oh no, just because we left the EU, we're still big boys here, right? And we're still big boys and girls here, and we're going to make tough calls on this stuff. We're not going to be a pushover just because we're no longer a part of the EU. And you could see that grandstanding when they first came out. And that's why I talked about the stupid emojis and the PowerPoint presentation. What I would say would be, unbecoming of the position that they are in. But of course, we're in 2022, 2023, so they play up to their base, the people that are monitoring it, which the younger generation does that kind of stuff. So they were playing into that a little bit. But now, when the rubber meets the road and they've gotten all the information they've gotten, and Microsoft has gotten in their ears and being able to actually go fix their math, as crazy as that sounds, right? A regulatory body you would think probably should be double checking their math and making sure that they've got their numbers and figures straight before they start leaning one way because of those. You'd think that they might have already gone to Microsoft and Xbox and said, hey, check these numbers. Is this the way that you should calculate this? Right. Because we don't know. But they didn't do that. They just kind of ran with it, and that's what was holding all this up in behind the scenes, it seems like, at the end of the day, from their statements. Microsoft finally came in and said, yeah, whoa. We got your initial findings here, but your math is off. Like, what are you guys doing? What is this? They corrected it. They also gave them all the background information. CMA, EC, FTC has been able to see all of the dealings that Sony's had. Sony, in a lot of ways, Steel, and we talked about this, Sony opened up Pandora's box, but they also backed themselves into a corner. They thought they were going to be smart by convincing these regulatory bodies that Nintendo should not count in all of this. So now we have this new category of high-end consoles. Now we have a brand new category that's nobody's ever heard of, but now we have a senator actually in the United States using it against Sony for Japan purposes as well. So now we have this high-end console market. that was created. And so Microsoft said, yeah, no. When you, okay, we'll play by your rules. Take Nintendo out of it. We're high-end console. Okay, all right. So it's just us and Sony, right? Oh, okay. Well, that skews the numbers even more in our favor. Because you want to talk about dominance? Cool, we could talk about dominance. Outside of the United States, we're being dominated. And they got to talk through this with these regulatory bodies. So finally, now that it's coming down where the deadlines are approaching, the CMA is the end of April 26th, I want to say.
Yes.
The EC now has pushed their decision back to May as they gather more information, because now they've got their focus down to the cloud segment. So now they're going to gather more information about that cloud segment, obviously providing Microsoft more time to cut more deals within the cloud gaming market to show that they could care less about the cloud gaming market at this point. Now that we're coming down to deadline time, now you see these regulatory bodies really, really understanding how this industry works, what the implications are going to be, and turning around and saying, well, guess what? Microsoft, Xbox, you guys were right. This is not going to be a situation where you shut down Call of Duty on other platforms, take it as an exclusive, and dominate. It's not going to make any business sense for you. Also, it's not going to lead to a position where you are monopolizing this industry in any way, shape, or form. One game is not going to do that for you. In fact, a portfolio of games is not going to do that for you, because the industry, we now understand, is much bigger than that. And I think that's what you're really seeing here. And these words, again, they use a lot of extra words in their releases. And obviously this one was just basically, hey, we fucked up.
Yeah.
We fucked up. But we got to make it all flowery and we got to make it all pretty and all that good stuff. So now I think Microsoft is in the position still of the advantage in all of these areas, because again, the cloud gaming market is so damn small.
Yeah,
and it's not going to take structural remedies that the CMA and EC at one point were pushing for. The CMA more so. We're pushing for these structural remedies.
It's going to take infrastructure to change for that to even be a real concern right now.
Right, exactly. And behavioral remedies up front this early on in cloud gaming are more than enough to ensure that they can try to keep the playing field level while that portion of the industry starts to grow more. So now the advantage is completely in Microsoft's favor. That's why I say it's over. Again, nothing's ever 100%. I'm not the dude who ever does absolutes. You guys all know this. But I will say my percentage of this deal going through is up to 95%. I can't wait to hear some experts. Hogue is going to do another live today, later this afternoon. Go check that out, because he was at about a 60% mark at last. I want to hear if he actually approaches.
And Hogue is, for those who don't know, Hogue Law is a mergers and acquisitions attorney, excuse me. And we are, Spin Difference brought up, are we dropping frames or is something go down? It is happening now for whichever reason.
Okay.
So just in case, guys, if you see any drops or anything like that, I don't know what's causing the drops. It just started happening. It could just be internet acting up. I'm not completely sure.
Rand was having internet problems yesterday too. So
I think I'll adjust some things on the back end, but just in case we have any like drops or anything gets crazy, ladies and gentlemen, I guarantee it'll be all right. But it's, on the back end of things, if you just can't deal with it or whichever, I definitely apologize. But I'm trying to work on some things right now. So if you're having an issue, that may be what's going on. On the audio side of things, you guys won't know what's going on. We're just going to sound perfectly fine. But for our live viewers, we gotta let them know. So greatly appreciate you guys tuning in.
Yeah, absolutely. And like Steele said, Hogue is an M&A attorney, and obviously, if you haven't followed Hogue by now, again, great asset to this community. Is recovering from a stroke still at this point, which happened in December over the new year. So again, he's coming back though, and he's doing freaking amazing. I can't believe that he's doing lives.
Yeah, he's on it, bro.
He's a beast, man. The guy is on it. But I'm going to be interested in hearing his thoughts on this. This is something that he predicted would happen at the end of the day as well. Michael Pachter, again, if you don't like Pachter, I totally understand. The dude's not right all the time. But he has been in this industry for a long time, and he's been saying from the get-go that this deal was going to go through, that there was no reason to stop it. And I think the CMA and the EC have finally turned that corner and are now to more of Microsoft Xbox's thinking that, again, what this deal means is nothing close to a monopoly. It's nothing that's going to threaten Sony's overall existence at all, which again, we said from the get-go is ridiculous that Sony was even trying to imply that their existence would be somehow threatened by this deal when they said, oh, we're not going to be able to make our AAA games without Call of Duty money.
Yeah, whatever.
Come on, man.
Whose problem is that?
I know it's a big I know it's a big revenue stream for you, but come on, man. You guys are one of the revenue leaders, okay, when it comes to gaming sector, and it's not just Call of Duty, all right? You guys are going to be okay. You might have to adjust some things, don't get me wrong, but that's business. And there's no arbitrary rules in business that say, oh, well, we get to keep our number one spot because we've earned it. No, you got to keep defending that number one spot. It's like coming back in any sports and you're the champion the year prior. You got to defend that championship the next year. That's what you got to do. All right. And if another team comes along,
knocks out for it.
That's right. And if another team comes along and makes the moves in free agency or signs some players or drafts some players that make them better, hey, that's what happens. Same thing happens in business, right? So really good to see this deal. Like I said, the energy change was huge. It was palpable within the community because so many people are just done with this deal and want it over with. And at the end of the day, of course, I just want it over with because it has held back the industry. There are things that Xbox has not announced because of this deal or talked about because of this deal. There are things that Sony hasn't done because this deal has been sitting out there and they're trying to play victim and say we're the small guys and all this, right?
You seen how the whole Stellar Blade announcement kind of went under the radar. It's like they didn't come out and be like, oh, by the way. No, it was just like, hey, here's some gameplay, by the way. You know? So
look at the end of this trailer.
Exactly.
Something special. So no, I think it's held back the industry in a lot of ways from moving forward because there's a lot of things sitting out there unfinished, undone because everything kind of got put on pause because this deal is so gigantic, obviously. But again, I'll end it this way, Steve. I'll give it back to you too.
Oh, you good, bro.
I've talked for long enough. Sony, as I've said many times, opened up Pandora's box. Yeah. And I think at the end of the day, the ripple effect from everything that's happened during this deal, and this is a part of why, Steele and I have been saying, and a lot of people have been saying this is the biggest deal in gaming history for a lot of different reasons, not just money-wise, but impact-wise. The ripples from how Sony handled this, and again, I'm not saying that they did anything wrong at all. I'm not in that camp. I will say that they still, as much as people have tried to say, oh, they're not desperate, they're just doing what they need to do.
Comes across desperate.
Listen, you can do what you need to do and still be desperate, okay? And I still think that a lot of what they said was out of desperation. And again, I don't say that I wouldn't have done anything different if I was in Jim's spot trying to protect my bottom line, trying to protect my corporation's bottom line, and trying to protect my number one spot in this industry. I would have, hands down, whatever it takes, I'm going to do. I don't care what people think about me. But the Pandora's box that Sony did open up, that spotlight that they have now added, again, it would have happened anyways because regulatory bodies would have looked at any $70 billion deal is going to get the microscope.
Right.
But the added extra spice that Sony brought to this with all of their nonsense, and I'm calling it nonsense from personal opinion, is going to have an effect down the road. And it possibly could come back to bite Sony in the butt. And I think we're starting to see some of that because, again, we don't need to make this a main topic. This week, the U.S. is having talks with Japan and trade. And there's a Japanese delegation, right, that's meeting with Congress. And they're talking about the trade. We know we're allies with Japan, right? Been allies since the war.
Right.
That is now brought up by, and I'm going to use the political party because it's important in this case, because a lot of this is politicized and propaganda and agenda. A Democratic senator, I forget her name offhand, from Washington State. So these are her constituents. Her constituents are Microsoft employees, folks. She's not a paid Xbox employee like some of you want to imply, just because she receives a lot of campaign funds from Microsoft employees. Breaking news, Microsoft is probably the biggest single employer in the state of Washington.
All fucking states.
So there's going to be a lot of her constituents who are Microsoft employees who happen to also be Democrats who give to her campaign. And by the way, that $500,000 you guys wanted to point out was over, I think, 20 years, 30 years of donations. It wasn't a 1-year shot, okay? But it was from individuals. That was not from Microsoft Corp. But she brought up this week, Steel, I'm hearing that Sony has got a 98% market share of the high-end console market in Japan, and it seems like Japan is allowing Sony to be a monopoly in that sector.
I've been that way.
We need to talk about that.
But if you bring that up in conversation, though, it's all well, that's okay. It's fine. Or Xbox should just do better. And
yeah. But again, our little gamer opinions don't matter when it starts coming to political stuff. And now that this has been brought to the Japanese delegations, attention. Oh, by the way, now we want to know why you're letting Sony dominate the high-end console market. Again, I keep saying that because Sony decided to create that. Sony decided to create this new market, right? Class system we were talking about, right? Still, Sony's decided to create a class system within the consoles. So here you go. Now that that's been brought to their attention, might make it a little bit easier for Microsoft on the what's next list. If they decide to go east, the Japanese government might decide to crack that door open a little bit easier for Microsoft to show the United States that, we're not protecting our own here. No. We agree. There's got to be competition here, and a American company like Microsoft should be allowed to compete over here. So we're gonna let them slide in here with a little acquisition of one of our big publishers. Don't be surprised if that's one of the ripple effects down the road, and don't be surprised if these regulatory bodies, as I've stated many times, as Steele and I've talked here, come back to Sony and say, hey, these timed exclusivity deals you guys got going on with third parties, they aren't necessarily very consumer friendly, Sony. That doesn't really do a whole lot for overall consumers who may not play on your console. We need to talk about those. Don't be surprised if there's some questions down the road about that kind of stuff. Go ahead, Steele.
No, I mean, I agree with you in a lot of different ways on that. And I saw some people in the chat saying, because Nick was bringing up, them saying, well, making it seem like they're doing it out of desperation versus them exhausting all options. I mean, you can look at it either way. The only reason that I would say it does seem desperate in a lot of ways is because Sony is coming from a position of power. Right. And anybody that's coming from a position of power, when you make yourself look weak on purpose, because again, Microsoft may have more money, but Microsoft isn't in a position of power in this situation other than being behind the facts of the situation, where Sony is in a position of power, being the market leader in gaming. Right. Again, like you mentioned, Pong, if you exclude yourself from Nintendo, then you open up a very big box of, okay, if it's just PlayStation versus Xbox, the way that we as gamers have seen it, fortunately or unfortunately, although, a lot of us who are gamers would just consider gaming as gaming. But if you're going to do a PlayStation versus Xbox, it hasn't been fair since the 360, and even the 360, again, that generation between the 360 and the PS3, I would feel, and I've mentioned this before, is more so I feel like it was more of a missed opportunity for Sony, who was already a big presence in that space, competing and trying to compete with Microsoft, who was having so many issues with their own console, but still was selling games to the point to where that console was the most popular for that generation. and it's PlayStation didn't catch up until the back end. That, I know some people may not feel like that's they're not moving out of desperation, but when you allow yourself moves like that to happen, and you bounce in the PlayStation 4 generation, you build all this confidence back up, and you got all these gamers again. It's kind of reminiscent of what you had with PlayStation 2, and you see how inanimate that they've kind of been about getting into online gaming and really creating an ecosystem for their gamers, and they have made it better over the years, right? With the PlayStation 5, they have seemed to cross, dot a lot of I's and cross a lot of T's and give people more ways to feel like they're part of that ecosystem. So they're working towards it, but they are behind the ball. So when I personally say, hey, this, desperation, it's because they are coming from a position of power. And when you're arguing with folks over something that doesn't necessarily have any other facts behind it other than, oh, well, we need this game to help support our first party, that reeks of desperation. Whether you say that, oh, well, that's just facts or whatever the case, they're just presenting good info. I mean, obviously, it's obviously that's common sense, right? It's like, obviously that's not nobody else's problem except for Sony's. It's not Microsoft's problem. It's not Tencent's problem. It's not Amazon's problem. It's not Nintendo's problem. Nobody else cares about what you're using to create your games. Except they do care about it when it comes to Xbox, because if they didn't make it from the very beginning, although Bethesda is technically something that people always ask for Xbox to do, Bethesda is pretty much the exact replica of that, right? From the beginning, from PC to going to Xbox, because that's who they went to first. It's just, it's very eye-opening just kind of to see how things have been kind of playing. And unfortunately, again, like we just said, it is perspective. You want to see it as desperation, great. If you don't want to see it that way, then great. But it is, again, to me, very funny and also telling that PlayStation has allowed themselves to be put in the situation that they are. Because regardless of how you feel about it, they're going forward, they're not going to look good in the eyes of Activision Blizzard, right? If Sony went in to say, hey, Microsoft, or goes in with Activision Blizzard and says, hey, they won't be able to do that when this deal goes forward, just willy-nilly, but the likelihood of Microsoft really wanting to be more willing to be like, hey, you want an exclusive skin? No. If it's can't come here, then we're good. We're not doing that. Is more likely, right? Because of how much pushback that has been given, because of how dramatized. At the end of the day, it's just a dramatic situation on whichever front. And yes, people are doing whatever they need to do to make sure that things are presented in the best light. But then when you get the truth of the information, and you look back on it, you're like, all right, well, I can understand why people may feel these ways about it. And that's essentially where we're coming. Blue Moon says, did you see how high Bandai Namco's earnings were? I didn't realize that they were that big. And honestly, Blue Moon, that's because of the comeback that they're making currently. And literally, not only Capcom, but also Bandai Namco are literally making the bounce back of the ages. And this is something that people aren't talking about, that they're not mentioning, that they, because it's crazy to see how much they've grown when they were in such a dark time, right? It's at least to me, it's showing that, hey, them expanding things out has been working for them, right? So.
They figured out how to market in the West.
That too, yeah.
That's the thing that we always talk about with Square. Didn't figure out. Capcom's come back, they figured it out. Bandai Namco watched Capcom come back, figured their own situation out, and said, we got to do things differently. Again, the East has a harder time in a lot of ways sometimes adapting to changes that are occurring in the industry. And we see that with Square Enix. It's an old school mentality versus current day mentality. And you're seeing that glaringly between the different Eastern companies over. The ones that have figured it out are starting to flourish, right? Because they've got something that is unique that the West now wants. That's why you see the rise of anime has led to a lot of that. That's why the popularity, again, I can go all the way back because I was an anime fan before anime was cool. I was a video game fan, a JRPG fan before JRPGs were cool, right? That stuff has transformed through the decades, and the companies that have figured it out are now succeeding at a high level. Bandai Namco, again, like Steele said, one hell of a turnaround from where they were. Capcom, one hell of a turnaround from where they were. That shows that you need to adapt or die. Square Enix is dying a slow death right now because of their decision making hasn't been able to change with the times. And that's why we always speak out on that stuff. I want to go back to, first of all, hey, shout out to Hazador Gaming jumping in here. Shout out to Stubbs. Shout out to Maury.
I just love
shout out to everybody still rocking out with us. Jumping in here and bringing good conversation. And Nix, I'll go back to a couple of your points too. I understand the desperation thing. To you, right? That sounds amateurish. Okay, I understand where you're coming from, right? I get that, but to me, a corporation, no matter how big, can still find themselves in desperation. And I think that Sony was desperate to kill this deal. That was their only option. They were never, as we found out by the looks of things and by the quotes, that they were never going to negotiate in good faith. What that says to me is that they were desperate to get the deal killed, right? And so that's how I'm using it. I'm not using it like a human emotion per se. I still think corporations can be desperate. And when you're throwing everything out there in the public eye, yes, this is one of the few times we will see this. That's why, again, to me, it's fascinating. We're not going to see this corp-on-corp violence very often. But when you get down to the point of accusing or insinuating, I should say, that your competitor in owning an IP would purposely create bugs to make your version worse, and in turn muddying up an IP that they now own to purposely sabotage you, that reeks of desperation. That's throwing everything in the kitchen sinks at it and saying, oh my God, something's got to stick. I hope the regulators actually believe us on this one. Like, there's no serious, that's not a serious insinuation to me. Okay, that's not. Even if you say, well, it's plausible, listen, it's not a serious insinuation at the end of the day for something as big as Call of Duty and what that would do to Microsoft overall reputation in the gaming industry. So for me, that's desperation. If it's not for you, I get it. That's cool.
Yeah, it's just perspective.
Yeah, it's all perspective. Why so serious jumping in here as well? What's going on? Why? And I think there was one. Oh, Nix, I know what else you brought up. You also brought up, are we implying that Sony's the reason why Xbox is failing in Japan? Of course, Nix, you've heard us.
No,
you've heard us criticize. You've heard us criticize. I'm bringing it up.
They shot themselves in the foot.
Because when you get politicians involved who may not understand the industry, as we were just talking about the regulatory bodies not understanding the industry. However, when it comes to political stuff, and this isn't about specifically the game industry, she brought it up as a point of interest that the Japanese FTC, which is the JFTC, has allowed Sony to cut deals with Eastern companies, again, using that homegrown relationship, right? Which we know exists, right? It exists with Nintendo and the Eastern companies. It exists with Sony. That homegrown relationship, using that to cut deals like Stellar Blade, to pay companies to not put their games, again, times exclusivity, to not put their games onto the Xbox system. Once again, solidifying their dominance in the East in a lot of ways, because we know the Eastern gamers definitely have a bigger bias towards that style of game. They are starting to appreciate Western style games, but let's be real, they still play a majority of those games that are over there, right? That's just what it is.
Yeah.
If a political situation arises where somebody's going to bring that up to the Japanese FTC and say, you guys need to look at this, what I'm saying is that there's no reason for Microsoft not to take advantage of that.
Right.
And be like, oh, yeah. That is a problem, guys. We need some help over there.
Right.
As a business, you're going to do that. Again, desperate times call for desperate measures.
Yeah, both sides.
Any little advantage is something you're going to use, right? Or you should use. And that's what I was saying. Sony's opened up Pandora's box and created these situations that we never would have seen previously because of this big deal and because of how they outspoken they were. That's all I'm saying. Of course, I still know that Xbox is a big reason why Xbox doesn't succeed over in the East. I've talked about that plenty of times. Steele's talked about that plenty of times. Their localization has sucked. They haven't done the investment that they needed over there. All that stuff.
And they're different type of gamers too, bro.
It's a different type of gamers, right? But Xbox never. The 360 era, they really did try, and we're seeing it try again here. But they took a whole generation in the Xbox One where they basically gave up. And
no, they didn't do anything. Yeah,
no. So that's what Phil's trying to change. But again, I'm not gonna sit here and say, oh yeah, she's absolutely right. It's Sony's cutting deals that made it impossible for Xbox to seed over Japan. Nah, come on, man. That's not how it goes. It's a bigger issue than that, and it includes Xbox themselves.
And again, there could be things behind, and there could be definitely be things behind the scenes that cause those issues, right? Or cause games to not be on certain platforms, right? Because of the favor. One favoring one side over the other. And of course, Japan, like we saw Japan come out and say, oh, well, we see problems with the deal too. Of course they're going to say that because they're going to represent their home hardware, right? And their own interests.
Yeah.
And that's part of the reason why I don't understand Microsoft being an American-based company, why we're not supporting our own business.
Right.
It's like,
and that's what the senator was bringing up to our FTC as well.
Especially,
why are you hurting our companies?
Especially in a entertainment industry that we're behind in. Right. If you want to be real about the situation. Now it could be Xbox's fault all it wants to be.
Oh yeah.
But we can also say, okay, well, what about the people in our own country that are like, well, I don't want to support Xbox.
Right.
I'm going to continue to support PlayStation. Right. There's a wide majority of people that are that way, along with people who are sitting here making fun of people who own certain platforms or clowning, and because there is that popularity thing there, right?
Yeah, of course.
When I was coming up in high school, people were clowning on folks if you had an X. Like, well, what you got an Xbox for? They ain't got no games over there. Well, we all know that games look better over here. It's like, and it was just it was a popularity thing. Oh, it's everybody's over here. Why would you get that box? That makes no sense. Then you break it down to them. Oh, I don't play online games. So why would I do? That was the thing. Like, so it just makes sense why things are kind of going.
Absolutely. Shout out to Casino dropping in here and Mexum as well. Great to see you guys dropping in the chat. Really good discussion, Steel. Again, we're coming to a close, folks. For those of you that are sick of it, we're coming to the end. We're going to have some decisions made here in the next couple months that will put this to rest. Again, the FTC is a non-issue at this point. They really are. They're a non-issue. Microsoft, in fact, had put it out there, which people forgot, that they're going to probably, we don't know. Things could have changed behind the scenes right now. But they stated previously that they would close over the top of the FTC if the EC and CMA did approve this deal because they know that will force the FTC to either drop it or take them to federal court to go for an injunction. And at that point, that's where Microsoft wants the FTC, because the way the laws are written, and you can listen, you don't have to listen to me, you don't have to listen to Steele, you don't have to listen to any talking head on podcasts. Go listen to Hogue, go listen to Pachter, go listen to M&A attorneys who deal with this stuff on a regular basis. The FTC has no law that backs up what they're trying to do. They're trying to change the laws, and they're not allowed to do that. It's got to go through the legislative process. So a federal judge is not going to side with the FTC in this case at all. And Microsoft knows this, right? Brad, that's why you see the confidence from Xbox right now. That's why you see, sure, they're always going to put out a positive face, and I understand that. It's part of propaganda. Nobody from Microsoft's going to come out and be like, oh, we're really worried about this deal going through. No. It's going to be a unified front. But you can tell from the way that they're speaking that there is a genuine confidence level right now because of how the EC and the CMA have turned that corner a little bit, that they have a good feeling that they're in a great spot to close this deal and move forward. And that's exactly what's going to happen at the end of the day. So.
Yeah, essentially. Again, it's going to be interesting to see how these things continue to play out. If you guys are tired of acquisition talks, again, this may not be the place for you, because there's going to be a lot more of that kind of going on, unfortunately.
Fire up again.
Or fortunately, because again, I mean,
it's fun.
the next decade is going to be all about how deals are going to be cut, what is going to be put in front of us as the consumer, and how these companies continue to use their advantages again. Interesting to see. Let's see here. Since we are approaching about that time, we got about 45 minutes ideally here, so we can get not only Pong out of here, so we can take care of some personal things behind the scenes, maybe get some gaming in later. We might even do some streaming for Diablo later, maybe we might do it tomorrow also. If you haven't hit that like button, please hit that like button for us. It just helps with the algorithms and whatnot. But we talked about it behind the scenes before we really got started. And there are some smaller topics that we can get thrown in here. But one smaller topic that is kind of a medium-sized topic that we'll roll into before we get into like the main crux. And I think we'll probably float through that one because we talked about it as far as like the Spider-Man, Starfield, and why I am posing the question as far as the title goes, is Spider-Man the Resident of Evil for Starfield? The next thing I kind of wanted to bring up in conversation is the news we got for Hellblade. We didn't get a release date or anything else like that, but we did get some, and this was, let me see here. Let me see if I can get it pulled up. There were some tech demos that ended up happening this week, and this was at CES, was it?
No, GDC.
GDC, sorry.
Yeah, Game Developers Conference. Yep.
That happened at GDC, and essentially was, why am I blanking? Ninja Theory, putting out some content to show how they're using their new studio, the mocap studio, and also how the Unreal Engine 5, how they're using that in tandem with each other and what they got. And to be quite frank,
MetaHuman,
and MetaHuman is part of that also, which is featured in Unreal 5 that they're using. I want to pull up to see if I can get this rolling right here, because what they demonstrated to us is damn near uncanny. A lot of people may not. I saw a lot of people running with it like, "Oh, wait, man, it's just CGI. It's more CGI," and it's like, okay, well, if you even did a little bit of research and looked at what MetaHuman is, what those facial animations are looking like, from what we've seen from the initial Hellblade 2 kind of teaser, or even what we've seen from the first Hellblade, compared to what we're getting now with Unreal 5 and in tandem with the MetaHuman technology, we're again crossing that plane of that uncanny valley, right? Where it's hard to distinguish, even in what they showed. It's hard to distinguish what the difference in what's real and what's not, right? Of course, someone like me who's more familiar with graphics and whatnot, when they showed it and you saw the transition happening of the actual actor, which is, I believe she was a dev previously.
No, she was either a community manager or she was an admin for them.
Was she? I thought she was more. I thought she was like, I thought she was a dev.
I'm pretty sure that's the original story. Because somebody correct me in the chat if I'm wrong, but yeah, no, yep.
But either way,
yeah,
for her to have stepped into this role, and then you go into Hellblade 1 and you experience that game. And again, if you haven't, try it out. It's a great game to me. Why I think, again, Blue Moon brings it up, why I think Ninja Theory was a good buy, where others might not feel that same way. But for Hellblade 2, when we got
Lena
the initial...
Jurgens is her name, by the way.
Lena Jurgens, okay.
Yeah,
when we got the initial kind of trailer for Hellblade 2, people are like, oh man, there's no way, we don't see any button prompts, and there's no way that could be actual gameplay. And then we got this week, right? Where you saw her coming on stage through GDC and kind of stepping into the world, right? Or she got the headset on and you kind of see the change happen in real time, at least for the viewers who are watching it through, like, whatever the case. I am completely dumbfounded with the way that the facial animations, or just how much more realistic the character, I'm not saying that it has to look like real life, but how much more realistic the character kind of comes across, especially in a game like Hellblade. Yeah, you're not looking at her face often, but when you have those cutscene moments and they're giving you the storytelling, to get to see Unreal tapping more into the space of, you know, what you get in cutscenes and what you get in actual gameplay are pretty much the same thing, kind of like what we used to see with Final Fantasy back in the day, right? You get this over the top, all this CGI for Final Fantasy, then you get the game, and it's like fucking 2D game. What the hell? This isn't what I was expecting at all. And then you see now what Final Fantasy, like what Final Fantasy 7 remake and Final Fantasy 16, where there isn't that distinguish anymore, where what you get in the CGI is what you get in the game, right? Or at least they look very similar to each other. This has me extremely excited for what Ninja Theory is going to end up bringing to the table for not only Microsoft, but for the gaming space overall. Because if there's anybody outside of the coalition who's going to have the know-how of really how to finesse Unreal, and of course Fortnite too, because they're doing some crazy things now. They're with the technology with Unreal 5, and how they're able to bring their own creation kind of engine. Hey, Minecraft, Roblox, you guys better watch out. Because if Fortnite gets it right, you can really customize it the way that they are making it seem. If you're able to customize it to a level like Roblox is able to allow you to do, like Roblox has its own Call of Duty mode that actually looks like Call of Duty. It doesn't look like Roblox. And if you have that same type of potential in an Unreal Engine, then or especially like in the Fortnite creative, then it's only an example of what the Unreal Engine itself can bring. Now, I do think that this is another example of, because Gears of War and Hellblade look completely different from each other. And that was one of my main concerns for the Unreal Engine, because it is getting all this grandiose kind of support, and people are really acknowledging what it is, where we can get a lot of games that are very similar to each other, or feel familiar to one another, where we see examples like with Hellblade, where that doesn't have to be the case, right? Or Fortnite, it doesn't have to be the case. Those are three examples of games that look completely different from each other. Gears give you like a realistic but still animated kind of style. Hellblade giving you a really more down-to-earth, realistic feel, and then Fortnite giving you the kind of the more cartoonish kind of look. There's so much variance in what is going to be possible, especially if they're able to bring MetaQuest into anything. Not MetaQuest, sorry. God damn, I'm thinking about fucking different devices now. Especially if they're able to bring that Meta face technology into other games within Unreal. I think it's going to definitely be a separation for a lot of folks. Hellblade 2 has got me on another echelon of being excited, but because of this recent display of what we've seen, I don't know if the game is going to be ready for this year. This could be something that they did and had nothing to do with the game. I don't think it necessarily did. It was more so just a presentation to show what is possible or what has become possible. And, you know, they didn't have to get a vertical slice or anything to kind of create this. As they were trying to show it in real time, if anything. So I don't know. I'm excited about what the potential of the future holds. Hellblade 2 seems to definitely be a standout for Xbox. One of those just ones, like Lord Cognito likes to say, for the Xbox ecosystem. And again, I do think it's a perfect scenario or a perfect representation of a studio that Microsoft grew, right? When you get into that conversation of, you know, Microsoft just buying things or growing things or who's growing and whatever, whichever. I think this is a good example of really getting behind the studio, believing in them, and letting them create their vision. Again, Microsoft didn't have to step in and say, hey, we'll create you a whole new studio where you can do all your own motion cap, and we'll give you all this additional time, and we'll let you do all this God, I can't think of the word now. Whatever. We'll let you do all these other things behind the scenes to help really bring your next game to life. It's such a unique thing to me, right? I think that that's what we would look for as consumers, is for it to be better than it was previously. And going from Hellblade 1 to Hellblade 2, from what we have seen thus far, is a night and day difference. How did you feel about what we saw from some of the things we saw from GDC? I watched a little bit of it, nothing that necessarily I want to pull out, other than what the capabilities that we saw from the Unreal Engine, them using this meta technology. But what do you think about Hellblade having this kind of dramatic change, having that support from Microsoft, and also just the potential of Unreal, as we've seen, not only from the Fortnite demo that they put out there, but now also kind of doubling down with Hellblade?
Yeah, impressive. Steel. One word, impressive is, I don't think I don't think it's too much for what we saw. And again, you can sit here and say I'm not dumb enough to believe that's actually what it's going to look like in game. I know this was a tech demo. That was the purpose. I don't know why people had to run with it like everybody was trying to promote this as in game, right? That's not what this was about. Everybody who knew this was a demonstration for UE5, for MetaHuman specifically, the tech within UE5 that's making it easier for developers to create characters within games. But nobody thought that that's exactly what it was. However, I say all that, but what I will say is that Ninja Theory still made this purposeful, because her words that she used in this absolutely incredible tech demo gives us more insight into the atmosphere, the the mood that they are going for in Hellblade 2. Now, we've seen a lot, not a lot, but we've seen enough to understand that this is going to be a much bigger game, in terms of, I don't know how the game's going to turn out as far as hours go. But what I'm saying is, yeah, so do I. But what I'm saying is, this is a much bigger idea type game than the first one. The first one was Senua. It was a very personal experience. It was about her, trying to figure out these voices in her head and all this kind of stuff. And exactly. That was a personal experience. This is going to be a much bigger experience, right? The quote that I put out there with the picture of her, and people were running with the pictures nonstop meme wise. It was awesome. But the quote I put out with her is, I will not appease your gods. I will destroy them. Okay, she's going after, and there was more to it than that. I see through your lies now. I'm going to show everybody who you are. There's obviously a big overarching theme within this game that we haven't seen a whole lot of yet. She's obviously out for blood. She's obviously out to get somebody or many people. We obviously saw in the gameplay clip that we did get at the Game Awards, we saw that she was obviously leading a group of people this time. This was not going to be a solo experience anymore from her perspective. This is now a bigger battle going on. It's not a battle within herself. It's a battle outside of herself now at this point. So I thought this did a fantastic job with that. But the tech itself, Steel, again, if you go back, Okami Games, a great follow on Twitter, by the way, Okami Games, he put out a comparison between the Unreal 4 demo that they had put out, the Unreal 4 Hellblade 1 demo that they had put out, versus this. The Hellblade 1 Unreal Engine 4 demo was put out in 2016. So we're talking about a 7-year leap here. My God, is the leap huge. But if you go back and look at the Unreal 4 demo, what we saw in that is very close to what we got in game. Okay? It's very close. So we know Ninja Theory, and we've talked about the Steel when we talked about Ninja Theory, over the past couple years. Ninja Theory set a goal for themselves. Again, like Playground Games, they want to be one of the best in the world. Ninja Theory wanted to set the bar as far as graphically what could be done in games. That's one of their main goals. That's why they've got Project Mara that they're working on the side as well. They're trying to create some of the most realistic graphics that we've seen out there. And obviously Unreal Engine is a freaking ridiculously cool tool to give them. But on top of that, I want to come to what you just spoke on, Steel, because this idea, this community narrative from the circus that they like to throw out, oh, Microsoft doesn't grow organically. They just buy everything up. They don't ever create their own studios. Ninja Theory is a perfect example of a studio that, much like how Sony has conducted themselves through the years, Microsoft went out and grabbed early on in that studio's life. Obviously, yes, I know they had a few games underneath their belt, but they grabbed that studio, they acquired that studio, they brought them in and said, what do you need? How do we get you to your goals? We're not here to tell you what to do. We want you to go create. We're taking away all the risk. You're coming underneath our umbrella, but we don't expect you to somehow just figure it out with this. What was Hellblade 1? Was like how big was the team? Like a 40-person team, I think, or whatever it was. I think it was 40 people.
It was less than that.
It was some ridiculous small number. We're not going to just make you stick it out with those people and you just got to do better and we're not going to help you out. No, Microsoft has taken every single studio, but we're talking about Ninja Theory specifically here, and said, what do you need? And Ninja Theory said, well, hell, we're trying to push the envelope graphically. We're heavy mocap studio. We need state-of-the-art mocap tech. And Phil said, done. Done. What else do you need? Well, we could use a new studio because we need to grow. If we're going to go big here, we want to go bigger with our next Hellblade game. We got this Project Mario thing we're thinking about. We need to get bigger. We need to grow. Phil, done. Go do it. Here's a new studio. Oh, and we'll just include the state-of-the-art mocap in there as well. This is what Microsoft's been doing for all of their teams. But Ninja Theory now is going to be one of those teams that shows up first. We believe, again, there's smoke that we could see Hellblade 2 this year. I'm 50-50 on it. I still think it's a next year game, but maybe potentially they are further along. But they're going to be one of those first studios that show up and show out as to how Microsoft has actually grown these studios, how Microsoft has benefited these studios exponentially over where they were as an indie studio, as a developer studio, as a independent developer studio. This is going to be the first big game out that shows it off. And Ninja Theory, they're not cutting any corners here, folks. They're going the extra mile to take this to the next level. They are going to set the bar, I believe, graphically. And yes, that includes Naughty Dog. Now, once Naughty Dog gets a hold of the PS5 and doesn't have to work on a cross-gen game, do we see them take the next step? They certainly could. But I'm saying Ninja Theory is going to be up there with that graphically. And I think that this tech demo showed off their drive, right? Where they want to be. From a 7-year period, from 2016 when they were an independent developer to now, you see that Microsoft influence on top of their own talent. Because again, tech is great, but it's not a miracle worker. You still have to be talented to pull that out of the tech. And Ninja Theory is proving themselves to be one of the best in the business. Now, we'll see how the full game turns out. I hear the people that say we need to see more combat. I want to see what more of this game is. The gameplay clip was great, but it was short and it was very, it was very, what do I want to say? It was very constructed, right? It was not like showing off like what it's like just to walk around in the world, right? It wasn't showing off, hey, a random encounter where you engage in battle, if there are those, right? That's the stuff that we still have a lot of questions about. I hear that. But from everything we've seen, there should be zero doubt from anybody's mind outside of the circus that Ninja Theory is going to make its mark with this game, that this game is going to be on another level, and that this game is going to set the tone for Ninja Theory and Xbox going forward with what's going to come out of that studio, what we can expect in the future, and where their place is in the upper echelon of developers. And so every little bit that I get out of the studio, that's why I do like to look at it, and I do like to focus on it, even if it is a tech demo. Because again, you can say it's a tech demo, and like I said, I'm not stupid to say, oh, that's exactly what the game's going to look like. I'm not that dumb, okay? But it shows what the studio's going for and what they're shooting for. And when you shoot, again, when you shoot for the moon, even if you don't hit that moon, you land amongst the stars, right? That's the old saying.
Yeah.
That's still a good thing, right? That's still a really great thing. And maybe by the end of this generation, what we saw in this tech demo, we get another game from Ninja Theory by the end of this generation that actually does live up to or even surpass that tech demo, because we all know how tech goes, especially in the console space. The beginning of a generation to the end of the generation, they are night and day. They are night and day once people get the handle on the tech all over. So again, that's why this excites me still. It was a great showing for Ninja Theory. It was great showing for Unreal Engine 5. Again, what they're doing over there. You wonder why so many people are using this engine. I mean, it's kind of obvious we're starting to see it. Now, it has its issues on the PC side. We know about that. But Epic's going to get that fixed. But Unreal Engine 5, great show out for them this week. They had other games that showed up there that were looking fantastic. And this one specific MetaHuman demo, what blew me away and blew away the internet, obviously. So great showing. It was exciting to see, Steel, for sure.
Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, I saw some people coming in saying, "Oh, I didn't get a notification that you guys were live." Yeah, I don't know, for whatever reason. It says the stream is scheduled for 3/25/23, which is today, for 9:08 a.m. And I don't know when 9:08 a.m. was supposed to happen, I guess, but I swear it's past that time.
YouTube.
So YouTube is obviously just having an issue currently. So guys, if you didn't get the notification, sorry that didn't go out, but I appreciate you looking and being like, 51 people waiting. Oh, let me jump in there. So I appreciate you guys tuning in and whatnot. Apologize that there seems to be some issues going on today, whether it been internet or YouTube having its own issues. It is what it is. But I know we got to start winding some things down. I may end up skipping over this day in gaming potentially, because there are two important topics that we need to get to. One is a topic that me and Pong disagree on. It's probably in a different way, not necessarily like, oh, we're gonna fight. And then the other one is going to be what was the other? Was the Spider-Man Starfield kind of conversation that we opened up behind the scenes. And I've started off with the Starfield Spider-Man conversation because I feel like it's a quicker conversation to have, right?
Sure, absolutely. Yep.
So I'll start off by saying this week we got some information. And I wouldn't necessarily say it's information. It's more so like a leak from the actor who plays Villain, who's going to be playing Venom in Spider-Man 2. He was also Candyman back in the day, or Candyman 2.
Yeah.
Can never remember his name offhand.
It's Todd. What is it? No, it's hold on. I put it in there. God dang it. I forget his name too. Continue on.
But whichever way, if you're familiar with who Candyman is, Tony Todd, excuse me.
Tony Todd, thank you. Yes.
He wrote a tweet that went out and says, looks like September. Massive publicity coming in August. Commercials start dropping in August, so I'm told. Hold on to your blank and hold your breath. Gonna be necessary. That does get me excited. I do highly respect Tony Todd, especially as a voice. It's definitely as an actor, and knowing him playing Venom, being the voice of Venom, is at least gives me some relief knowing that at least that fear level may be there, because he does have a very menacing voice overall. Tony Todd himself. If you've seen Candyman, you would understand Candyman had an effect on me as a child, right? It makes me kind of still look at some of those things weird. And if you have any relation to that or understand what the power of that voice, then you can kind of drum up some excitement. But the reason why this is interesting is because there is another little game known as Starfield, Bethesda's biggest game, probably, or newest IP, I should say, more so, and Xbox's biggest game that they're looking for as far as first party. Alva says Tony Todd's one claim to fame was his role in The Rock. Great movie. Yes.
Mm-hmm. Very good movie.
Eastside Vandal says his name is Candyman. You know, hey, to be real with you, Vandal, that's what I've always called him. When you say Candyman, people know who you're talking about. You know what I mean? That's how impactful he is. So that's why I really like the fact that he's Spider-Man 2 playing Venom. But the reason this is interesting is because this is exactly what I've been looking for from out of the industry for a while now, especially since they've kind of backed off of E3, and you don't necessarily see that competition kind of going back and forth where, you know, the big players come to the table, say, hey, this is what we have to release for the year, and try to drive your excitement or try to drive your engagement or whichever the case. And we kind of drum it out from there. This is going to be possibly, if it is true, if they do release in September, can be a head-to-head moment for two different pubs, right? So you got Sony going directly up against Microsoft, or if you want to say it's Bethesda, they're going up against Microsoft in this, or Xbox, for that what title is going to be the bigger standout? Me and Pong kind of talked about it behind the scenes with some of our live viewers for those on the audio side listening. And we did kind of come to an agreement that we do kind of feel that Spider-Man is going to do pretty big up front, but Starfield was going to have the longer legs, right? I do still think that Starfield is probably going to end up selling more by the end of the year, because that's the bigger question that I kind of wanted to drum up, and why I kind of named the title the way that I did, right? Is Spider-Man going to be the resident of evil for Starfield? And what I mean by that is Spider-Man going to draw any fear for anybody who is a fan for Starfield, or is it going to draw up any fear for Xbox and maybe cause them to scurry and want to move their data out of the way so that Spider-Man can kind of breathe? I don't think they should. I don't think it has to be. I don't think they have to, because they are very different games from one another. And I would like to see the conversations kind of happen throughout the through the socials, because the one thing that's going to end up happening, even if Spider-Man sells 100 more copies than Starfield, people will say, "Oh, look at Trashfield. Told you it wasn't going to be a good game. Who wants to play that?" Mm-hmm. That's what I'm kind of excited for, to see, because I know that's what's going to end up happening. People are going to draw that, even though the games are completely different from one another. Which is, it's kind of
graphical comparisons are going to be freaking off.
It's going to be disingenuous for you to make the comparison between the two. It just makes no sense at all. So, like, even comparing sales at this standpoint is kind of like a null and void situation, because it's like, what are you really comparing? In a fully open world game that lets you kind of do whatever, experience the world however, versus something that's, I'm not going to say it's on rails, but a lot of single player games are on rails. This is the story. This is your experience. Yeah. After your experience, yeah, you can play the game again, but that's kind of the end of it, right?
Go back for collectibles.
Right, where Starfield, and knowing me, I'm the guy that does all that stuff in first playthrough.
Right.
But so I might be the guy to get 40 hours, 50 hours out of a Spider-Man title, but many people won't. Right, it's been kind of traditionally known up to this point, especially from Spider-Man 2018, that Spider-Man is anywhere between an 8 to 16 hour experience, right? Depending on how you kind of treat it. And sure, you can go back through the game, but it's not anything that you can compare to a game that can be a 40 to a 300-hour experience, depending on how you treat it, right? With it being open world, it being driven by choice, it just being a more universe-based game versus a central story. But I do think it does drum up a lot of interest and a lot of hype, because we don't see this happen as often anymore, where you see your competitors drop games close to each other or really around each other anymore. It's like they purposely move games out of the way. And if it is true that Spider-Man is coming out in September, my biggest hope is that we just have conversations of both in their best light possible, that both games are doing exactly what they need to and drumming up the audience that drumming up the audience that is required for future, either a future iteration or just future content that kind of continues to come out about it, right? My biggest hope for Spider-Man, especially coming off of this news, is that they do bring that essence to Venom, who is my favorite character in the Spider-Man universe, right? It started off with Spider-Man. That was my guy back in the day. And then when they introduced Venom, it kind of transformed into that, because Venom is a very unique character. He has a lot of depth to him, but he is also a very villainous character early on, right? His obsession with Spider-Man and how they treat that scenario, his obsession with Peter Parker and why he wants to kill him, why he wants to devour Spider-Man, why he becomes more like Spider-Man, and then where they end up kind of settling their differences, and he kind of becomes this anti-hero, kind of like a Deadpool, right? He has that potential. And I want to see Insomniac truly bring the darkness of Spider-Man to the light, because that's one thing that I feel like is missing in a lot of games, where they don't touch that the dark or the gray area very much, or they trying to do it with very light feet, where you can kind of get away with a lot in a Spider-Man title, right? It's a lot more forgiving. You can kind of write, because none of these characters are necessarily real per se. You're dealing with all these other aspects of the universe known as Spider-Man. You can kind of get away with many different aspects, or many different avenues of whether you're playing on fear, whether you're playing on sadness, whether you're playing death, whatever the case may be. Whereas Starfield, the biggest thing for me for Starfield is that it is the game that Todd Howard was trying to create. It is the game that Pong is looking for, that unique experience, that Han Solo simulator, the space adventure that I've always wanted to go on, right? I mentioned this previously. I want Starfield to be like, it doesn't have to be the next Mass Effect per se, but I do want it to have some of that same credence, right? Where people are consistently talking about it. Everybody's, talking about their different experiences and what kind of adventurer or space odyssey they've taken themselves on versus others, right? Both are very unique. Again, it's a prime opportunity for both sides to kind of drum up their own personal interest and see where the community kind of sits, or the consumers kind of sit. But biggest thing for me, I want both to do really well in their own aspects. Pong, I mean, how do you feel about Spider-Man 2 potentially launching in September? Is it more so for you? Are you more so in agreement with me that it's more so the competition, where it's just that loving competition, not necessarily comparing game to game? Because again, people like me and you are going to be like, really, how do you do that? Although people will figure out a way to do it, or is this more so like what I was speaking to? Hey, you just want to see how great both games are going to do. It drums up great competition between the two, and it's just going to be better for consumers in the long run of things.
Yeah. Nintendo, Tears of the Kingdom, September. Move it. Bring it.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Bring it. No, seriously. Nintendo, move Tears of the Kingdom to September. Please do it. One of the greatest months in the history of video games. It would be absolutely ridiculous. No, I love this stuff. This goes back. We don't get this at E3 anymore. I talked about this on PM to PM2. We don't get this at E3 anymore. I miss those. I miss the one-upmanship from E3 when all three of the bigs were there: Xbox, Sony, and Nintendo. I miss all of that. Again, the good, fun competition is sorely needed sometimes. Not the nonsense, but that does come with it. It's just a part of things nowadays. But I just want to see those head to head. And again, it's not the same anymore, because it's not sales versus sales anymore. Now that Microsoft has gone in a different direction, is trying to carve out this new path with subscription services. It's never going to be about that. But I think that there is room. I've always said, people brought this up still when we were talking about when is Starfield going to release, and people were like, oh, you gotta worry about Diablo, you gotta worry about Tears of the Kingdom, you don't want to be around, oh, you gotta worry about Resident Evil 4 remake, you don't want to do that. I'm like, BS, man. When you got a game like Starfield, or you got a game like Spider-Man 2, or you got a game like Tears of the Kingdom, I don't care. You don't worry about, oh, what's the best time to launch. You don't worry about what other games are launching around. You launch that. That's a nuke. That trumps every other game. So the fact that we're going to have two of those in the same month, potentially two of the Game of the Year nominations in the same month, is exciting to me. And again, the comparisons are going to happen no matter what. Most of them are going to be jokes. Most of them, like I said, like you said, Steele, at best are going to be dishonest, disingenuous, I should say, because they are two completely different games, because you're not going to be able to compare sales numbers. But it doesn't matter. Spider-Man 2 isn't going to affect Starfield because, first of all, Spider-Man 2 is only on PlayStation 5. It's not going to be on PC day and date, right? So it's one platform, which Starfield is not appearing on. So again, that doesn't matter. Starfield is also going to be on PC day and date. So you've got a two-platform game. You got Game Pass involved in it. So then what you're really talking about, okay, well, Spider-Man 2 really going to take away from Starfield? No.
Keep in mind, Pong, I don't mean to interrupt, but keep in mind that Bethesda games are more so traditionally PC based. So it's like you're not when
Yeah.
in this aspect, when you bring up the PC portion, it has a much deeper impact than just saying, "Oh, it's because it's Xbox."
Yeah.
You know, no, it's a lot more than that, right? In this aspect.
Yeah, no, absolutely 100%.
Versus
So you break it down like percentage wise, the people that are going to be able to have the opportunity to play both games on the same day, you're talking a very small piece of the pie of the people that have both systems or have a PC and a PlayStation 5 and are going to have to decide on whether or not they play Spider-Man 2 or Starfield. So all that stuff is kind of just noise to me. At the end of the day, we got 2 Game of the Year, what I think potentially could be Game of the Year nominated games when it's all said and done, showing up at the same time. 2 games that are going to sell well or have a lot of players by the end of the year, right? At the end of the day. Again, Spider-Man 2 is a little bit limited because it is only PlayStation 5, but it's still going to sell consoles like crazy. I've already come on record. Tom Henderson brought this up as well. Shout out to Insider Gaming. Tom Henderson made a tweet. Interesting timing for Spider-Man if this is true, because that's the same time when Sony's supposed to launch their new console, the discless console with the disc optional disc drive. So that's when they're supposed to launch their new console. My God, I said on PM to PM, if they don't do a Spider-Man 2 special edition console for that new piece of hardware, they're not. They're dumb. They're nuts.
It's also different though, because then that would have to be a $400 box.
That's fine.
I mean, but even then, I don't know if they'll sell. If it would sell the same way like the previous one did, that was.
They're going to bundle it still. They're going to bundle it and they're going to sell it. It would sell like crazy. An all black one, even if you did like a Venom.
I remember you talking about that.
Yeah.
I mean, anyway, I would buy it. I'm not going to lie. I would buy it.
Either way, this thing's going to push hardware and it's going to sell a lot of copies. Like I said, I expect Spider-Man 2 to be at 15 to 20 million by the end of the year. Okay.
They don't have 15 to 20 million consoles though.
They do.
PS5s?
Yes. They're over 30 now.
Are they? Okay.
Yeah. And then with how many that's going to sell? Yeah.
That's what they say.
Yeah. I think it could do 15 to 20 million. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll show up at 10. Maybe I'm completely off base, but I think it could have a 15 million to 20 million install base by the end of the year. Starfield still has the potential to sell. Like Steele and I were talking behind the scenes. I'm not discrediting Starfield. I think they'll announce 20 to 25 million users by the end of the year on Star players by the end of the year on Starfield because of Game Pass, because it's also on PC. But I also think Starfield is going to sell a lot. Like I was talking about with Steele behind the scenes, Starfield is one of those games. And again, this is assuming that it comes out as a Fallout, Skyrim type regular Bethesda game, which we're all expecting, assuming it hits that way, right? And it is everything everybody expected. Then this will be one of the few games that, even though it is on Game Pass, a lot of Xbox players are still going to buy this game to own it, right? They're going to purchase special editions, right? This will be one of those rare games that does sell well, even though it's in Game Pass.
And let me give you this perspective, Pong. Although Bethesda is going to allow mods,
yes,
they're going to do that, it is hard to mod games within the Xbox ecosystem through the Game Pass app on PC.
Right.
So the likelihood, not saying that it's impossible or that they won't find a way to do it or whatever the case, because they've already said they're going to allow mods. Yeah. But that is more so, I don't know how they're going to treat that, because right now, let's say Wolong for an example, I have Wolong through the Xbox app on PC. Mm-hmm. I cannot mod Wolong. Can't do anything to it. I don't have access to any of the files. If I mess with it, it messes the game up to the point where it won't boot.
Right.
Okay. Right. So unless something changes dramatically, what's going to end up happening once people realize this, because this can be a negative stigma, right? Oh, how are you going to allow mods? But I can't mod my game on through the Xbox app. That could change some things.
Yeah.
People are going to end up actually wanting to buy this game on a Steam, for example, so that they have free access to mod it.
Yes.
They don't have to worry about any of the additional issues. It just opens, it's a couple clicks away. It's literally a right click, left click, boom, files open. Here's the mod, and here's your mod, here's your folder. Mod, make another mod folder, then boom, you're good to go. Whereas on the Xbox side of things on PC, it's like, You got to jump through some hurdles. We don't know if it's going to be, whether they're going to limit it down to, only official mods you can download and have on the Xbox app and whatnot. It's going to be very telling how they end up treating that scenario. But to add credence to your statement, it is a much higher possibility that the PC sales for this game, or Starfield goes, are going to be that much.
Oh, yes.
And Lord Master Jasper says MCC on the Xbox PC app lets you mod it. So some games let you do it. See, but Jasper, when you say MCC on the Xbox PC app, does it let you open its folder so you can get access to the actual files for MCC? Because I haven't played MCC to know. So I mean, and I haven't tried to mod it, so I'm not completely sure of that. Right. So I mean, but if that's the case, then boom, then they already have something that they could use. I just haven't seen that myself, or seen anybody else use it. So, but I just wanted to add kind of some depth to it.
Nope, and I appreciate that, because my next comment actually was going to be that everybody's got to remember it's already the #1 most wish listed game on Steam. so yeah, it's going to sell. Again, is it going to sell Skyrim numbers overall? Maybe long term, we'll see. I don't know out the gate if it's going to have Fallout 4 was 12 million within 24 hours. I don't see that per se happening, but it's still going to have a high amount of sales. So I'm just happy. 2 heavyweights going head to head. Like I said, I'd love Nintendo to come out and move Tears of the Kingdom to September as well. I think it would be freaking awesome. But I'm just happy to see this happening. I'm happy that if this works, or if this works out, if Tony Todd is correct. And again, hey, shout out to Tony Todd for joining the Leakers Club, by the way. Way to go, Tony Todd. His other tweet after he did this, he got the phone call, Steel, because then he did a tweet with himself in the pool, covering up his mouth. He's like, that's enough for me today. so I'm sure he got the call. Not happy campers over at Insomniac or at Sony. But I'm just happy it's happening. And I think that if it all does work out this way, that September is going to be nonstop coverage of both games. That's the other thing. People are like, well, how's the media? Media is going to get massive clicks off of articles for both of these titles, good or bad. People are going to be reading and wanting to see videos and clips of both of these games. The media is going to have a field day in September. It's going to be nonstop coverage of both games. So both games are going to get that. And again, we all know if everybody's honest and everybody's being upfront, we all know that obviously Starfield has the legs. Spider-Man 2 will continue to sell as people adopt to the PlayStation 5 and continue. That will be one of the first games they pick up, and it'll be bundled every single time anyways. So that game will continue to sell. But the game that has the legs that will be talked about basically forever is going to be Starfield, just like Skyrim. It's going to continue to be played. It's going to continue to be modded. There's going to be new stuff coming out. And if Phil follows through on his promise that he wanted the series consoles to be more mod favorable for games such as Starfield with Bethesda, and they open up the modding scene more to consoles and we get access to more of those mods over there, that's just going to even open this game up even more to longevity. When you're in terms of playing this game, Starfield basically has infinite replayability when it comes to modding, because people are going to be creating stuff forever. There's going to be entire planets created. There's going to be all the ships, everything that we've all talked about and wished about, at least on the PC side, is going to be there at the end of the day, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years from now. Starfield is still going to be being played. And on the console side, if we get access to a lot of those mods, that's going to open up things even more so. So I'm excited for September still. It's going to be a great month. 100%.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an exciting time for sure. Pong, you got some time for us to get into this Redfall conversation?
Yeah, let's go. Let's go Redfall.
All right.
Let's go.
So, that was a conversation about Spider-Man and Starfield. Yeah, I'm just excited to see how both are going to do. I'm still waiting to see additional gameplay on whether I'm going to be day one on Spider-Man or not. I mean, it is a game that I would consider getting a system for, but I'm not quite convinced yet. And I would like to have another reason to be invested. For an example, factions would give me another reason to invest, unless that comes to PC. Because if that ends up happening, then I will wait on Spider-Man 2. It's not, I don't have to be there day one and joining the conversation. I could be ignorant to it, just like the fact I'm ignorant to The Last of Us 2. I have no idea what happened to Last of Us 2 other than the ending, or other than, whatchamacallit dying. Other than that, I have no other idea about the game and some other people, other than that. So when I do end up jumping in, it'll be an experience for me. That's how I treat those types of things. I am excited for September. But we got to get into something that, at least between Paul and myself, is kind of up in the air. Because on one side, I know for Pong, he is extremely excited. He does have more of that love for Arcane than I traditionally do. But I don't have a hate for Arcane either. Or dislike, or a bad experience, or none of that. And what I'm speaking on is that this week we got some additional details from Redfall. We had some people go out from the community, for example, like a Colt Eastwood, that went out and was able to experience about 90 minutes of Redfall on hand in hand. And for from what they shown and what they talked about, one of the biggest missed opportunities for me is because they mentioned that they weren't able to use any of their own footage, or they weren't able to record footage of their own, which I think is a big miss. Because up to this point, I have been on record stating that Redfall has been very not the most interesting game for me. Whether it had been, and again, I heard Rand and Jazz more so Dark Rand, giving some smoke out to the PlayStation guys who are just downplaying Redfall just to downplay it. I didn't know anybody else called it Deadfall, except myself, and I only did it to be, kind of just to be a little funny, to be a little snarky. But
you clickbait whore.
I did it to be a little snarky. I can be honest with that. I like stirring the pot every now and then. But I've been on record saying that Redfall has been kind of not necessarily mediocre, but it just hasn't looked the greatest. And then, I've had Pong come in, I've had others come in, Mav, and other people from the Fun Speculation Network say, hey, man, well, Redfall doesn't, well, not Redfall, but Arcane just doesn't show their games the greatest. Which is really funny to me, because I'd imagine if you're a developer and you have people that, again, and this may just be a small base of people who say that their games don't show the best, right? I don't know. But if that's something that you were aware of internally, I'd imagine that you'd want those people who came out to try your game, that you'd want them to show off their gameplay.
Yeah.
And that's kind of a negative mark for me personally. It was like, okay, why didn't you let them use their own gameplay? Because then you could have got a 1-for-1. Hey, this is this person's experience. This is exactly what happened. And you would have a better representation of what is to expected, especially from a single player standpoint. And I say that the biggest reason I say that's a negative is because, again, the gameplay that they allowed them to demonstrate, you don't have to give me more gameplay that's more methodical and slow. I get it. I get with the ambiance that you're trying to give me. My point is, though, that ambiance still isn't enough for me personally, right? This is still coming across as a game that I don't know what it's going to have in those in-between moments, right? Other than us exploring these different areas or whatever the case. And again, from the gameplay that they demonstrated, they just didn't seem like there was much going on, right? I'm just like, you're just going to be trudging this world. It comes across more like set pieces, right? It's going to be intentionally, you're going to go to this area, there's going to be enemies here. Oh, it's going to be this area, there's going to be enemies here. Not saying that's how it's going to be, but that's how it comes across, right?
Colt explained that that wasn't the case, right? So
that's how he explained it, but also it's fair to say that he could be slightly jaded by having the experience. That's the thing that we have to be
not jaded, biased.
But okay, well, biased. That is the better word.
Jaded is the negative side.
He could be slightly biased. Thank you for that correction, Paul.
Yeah.
He could be slightly biased on his opinion because, again, it's fair to make the assessment that people can be biased after being given an opportunity. Now, only he has to deal with whether that's the case or not. that is how I felt from his review, that there was some bias slated in there. At least at how he was talking about it. And I can also be frank and say, I don't go to Cult for my news. I don't go to Cult for reviews. The way that he plays games and the way that I play games are very different from each other. And we don't tend to favor the same game. So taking his word for it is kind of like, oh,
no, but that's why you went and listened to others too.
But that's also when Paul dropped it in there when I made my post, and Paul hit me up the deal. Like, well, who'd you listen to? And then I dropped instantly dropped him a list of like
because I wanted to see
people.
Because I had already watched 3 videos, right? And all the videos I watched were all very positive. So I was like, we're still getting, because you would specifically put in your tweet based upon the reviews. So that's why I was like, wait, Steel, who are you listening to? Because I do want to hear if there's some criticism, if there's some opposite opinions, I want to hear them. That's why I asked.
And apparently there are, like, I've been hearing people say that there is people who are 50-50 and these other things. There is the negative side of it. And I was like, maybe the algorithms aren't working. I haven't seen that content. As far as speaking on the negative sides of things that people aren't liking, or whichever the case. But for me personally, because I can only speak for me and what I'm looking for and my interests, these recent, which is why I made the post like, damn, I wish they would have used their own gameplay, because this is it seemed like another iteration for what they shown previously. And it didn't do the game any favors for me personally. It seemed it came across even more bland. It came across even more dry, and that there wasn't going to be necessarily a lot there, right? And when you're listening to people explain it and say, oh, well, it was this, and this, and you don't have gameplay that shows what you're speaking to, it comes across like this review could be slightly biased because of the gameplay that they're showing, that they're allowing you to use, kind of throws some stuff in question, at least for me still. But again, and they made that point because Cole also doubled down on the fact that, hey, they wanted them to experience the game single player, because if they did it in co-op, people would be all over the place. And still, it's like, even for me though, it's like, okay, but if co-op was another aspect, a main aspect of this game, why wouldn't you allow them to? Oh, y'all just gonna go all over the place and kill everything. Well, I mean, that's supposed to be another layer to this game. That's supposed to be a fun factor, right? Unless they haven't quite nailed that down yet. But that's how at least that's how it comes across to me. Like, maybe they're working on some things on background for the co-op aspect, and maybe there wasn't quite ready to be shown. And giving people that single player experience, it's more slower, more methodical, more so in line with what people are used to from Arcane. My problem with that though is this is supposed to be different, right? This is them, of course it's going to be a culmination of the different games that they made and them putting everything into one game, but a main aspect of this game that they themselves have sold is the co-op aspect. So it leaves much to be desired, at least for me, especially more from what I've seen from the gunplay, although I am more so 50-50 on it now. It has made adjustments since we've seen it originally. It still doesn't feel as tight as I want it to be, but again, that's from a visual standpoint. But that is also why I am glad the game is coming to Game Pass. Because like the post that I made on Twitter this week, if it wasn't, I don't think that I would have put the ducats down to play this game. Outside of, the same kind of thing I did with Tiny Tina. Me and Pong were both invested. We expected the game to have a little bit more legs than it did. We spent 40 plus hours in that story. Like, I have no regrets for that game. I got every dollar worth. It could have been another one of those scenarios, and I could have been perfectly happy playing it in co-op. That would have been the best experience for me personally in that, and that would have been perfectly fine. That could be very well the case. But right now, if it wasn't for Game Pass, I just can't say that I have honestly given my full attention to this game. And I am grateful that day one, I will be able to boot it up and make my own personal decision on whether, like you guys have been mentioning in the background, I've heard from other people that, hey, Arcane just doesn't sell their games well, right? They don't demonstrate them well on any form factor. And then once you get it in hand, it's like, wow, okay, well, this truly is that culmination of all their games coming into one. The abilities too, especially when they were using the one girl who used the umbrella abilities, the purple abilities or whatever. Like when they had the dead boyfriend thing, that was really melodramatic to me. Like it didn't seem something that was impactful to the experience. I was expecting for there to be a little bit more pizzazz there. Like, okay, he's a vampire, floating and teleporting to people and attacking them. It looks cool, for sure, but I thought there would be a little bit more there, right? I don't know, maybe a little bit more, what's the particle effects, maybe? I don't know. It just seemed kind of weak in a lot of ways. Just the abilities themselves seem very lackluster in some ways, like the sniper. His ability is you can zoom in and then you mark people and he just shoots everybody. Like, okay, that's like a Splinter Cell thing that you took. I can see where you're kind of going with that, you know. Sam Fisher lines them up and then you press a button, do, takes out everybody. I get what you're going for. Is it going to translate into the game well? Still yet to be seen from me. And Gogol, I'm not going to say, I still can't say that it's not my bag because I love vampires. I'm not just going to say I love vampires. I love that thought. And the fact that they're doing something different. This isn't traditional vampires, right? Although they still are using stakes to kill them. And that stuff is cool. But these aren't traditional vampires. This is more so like this is a genetical modification that's happened through science, and they're trying to explain that. So that's another unique thing. It's like, okay, well, I want to see what that aspect of the story is like. What are you really telling me here? And I like to throw myself into worlds of this nature. Not necessarily that it's not my bag, but it is a bag that I set it off to the side. I put some things, that I feel like are important in this bag, but I'm not quite ready to take it on an adventure with me yet. So again, it's definitely, I'm grateful for Game Pass that it's going to allow me to get that experience. But Pong, I know you feel a little bit differently. Again,
yeah.
How are you feeling from what you saw about Redfall? Did it solidify it a little bit more for you, or even just that much more, and drum up that additional excitement for? How are you feeling about it?
Yeah, I think it justified my hype level. I think I've held my hype level at the right amount for this. I've always said that there's potential for it to take another leap if they hit it, but I've also understood that I'm getting another Arcane game, that they're trying to do something different that they've never really explored before. Like Arcane's trying to evolve themselves into something different, and not everybody's happy with it, as far as Arcane fans go, and that's going to be my first point here. So I think overall, though, the what I saw from the previews justified my current level of hype, and maybe it raised it a little bit more because they did give us the single player experience, and that's going to be my first point. Steel, I believe what you were just talking about, why Arcane did this, and again, this is just my opinion, my belief. Of course, I don't work for Arcane, so I have no idea. But I believe because they showed off so much multiplayer before, Steel, and because that a big portion, well, I should say all Arcane fans have experienced their games in single player because that's what their games are, and they were losing some of that audience a little bit with all the multiplayer gameplay that they were showing off, because that was one of the greatest fears. People said, why aren't you just making the single player experience that you've become known for and that we all love? Why are you starting moving to this multiplayer, which they started with Deathloop, right? Deathloop introduced a multiplayer aspect. And so some of the Arcane fans are going, wait, we don't like this direction you're going. So I think that they purposely had these influencers and people, the community and reviewers come out and experience the single player game so that they would come back and start talking about that and reassure a lot of their fans that no, something that I've been talking about. We built this game with the single player in mind, right? First, we still wanted a Arcane single player experience built into this game, and then we expanded it with the multiplayer. But you can still play this as a single player Arcane fan lover and still get that same type of level of gameplay that you come to expect from us. It's just going to be in a different setting, a little bit more open worldish than maybe you come to know us from the past. So I think that was intentional here to do that, to draw some of those original fans back in and say, no. Listen, your experience in single player versus multiplayer are going to be two different things. If you're that stealth person that likes to do the Dishonored, hey, try to get as many kills or knockouts without alerting the guards, you can still do that in this game, and you can play exactly that way. And they showed that off in a lot of these. A lot of the reviewers brought up the stealth aspect. A lot of the reviewers said, hey, listen, I thought about going loud, but then I said, nah, things are going to get kind of crazy, and I'm going to take the stealth way. And then they also got to talk about the different avenues, the different paths to the objectives that you can also, which is an Arcane staple in their games, allowing the player freedom to decide how they want to tackle an objective and giving them multiple ways to do it. Now, this time around, what they're throwing in there is the extra characters with their special powers. And some of those special powers, like Layla's elevator, is going to allow you to access higher areas, further up, like rooftops and stuff that you might not have access to if you're playing a different character. So that's going to open up even more replayability down the road if you try it with a new character. So I really love this deal. I liked what they did. I heard some of the criticism. There was plenty of people who brought up concerns about the game. There's plenty of people who said, some of the gunplay still doesn't feel necessarily great. For me as an Arcane fan, like I said all along, if they get to good with their gunplay, I'll be ecstatic. I'll say they nailed it. Now, for somebody like you who really focuses on the gunplay, and that's really a key part that you look for in games, I totally understand why you may still, again, it's going to be hands-on, but you may look at this visually and go, I'm still seeing some things I don't necessarily like. I understand that. But that's never been Arcane's forte, and that's why they brought in other people from the outside. But I still never expected this to be like, oh my God, this is the greatest gunplay ever. This is up there with Destiny or Call of Duty or whatever you want to say, whatever your favorite gunplay is. I never expected that. So what I'm seeing is improvement. What I'm seeing is a lot of diverse gameplay now between the single player and the multiplayer. I can see myself now as, if nobody else is online still, but I want to hop in to Redfall, I know I'm going to still get that Arcane single player experience. So that's awesome for me. If you guys are online and we all wanted to hop into a party, cool. I'm going to have a totally different experience with the multiplayer than I would with the single player. And I'm good with that because I get to bring my loot over. Yeah, the progression thing is still, not the best. I still disagree with it. Again, you always bring up our Dying Light 2 example.
What's going to end up happening is the same thing that's happened with Dying Light 2 right now, where it's like all my progression is in your world. Unless we're going to both hop back on Dying Light 2,
right?
We may never finish the game,
right?
Right. So it's
and I agree with you on that. I've said that from the beginning that was a mistake on their part. I don't like that, but be that as may, I still think this is going to be a great game. I'm not expecting it as of now from what I've seen. And again, anything can change because I would have said the same thing for Deathloop when I was seeing Deathloop. I never would have expected Deathloop to get critical praise.
I have more interest in Redfall than Deathloop. I don't know
right, because it's got more. It's got more aspects to it. But I'm still think that I give credit for Arcane, number one, for going outside of their norm and trying to expand what they do in games, right, and having the opportunity under Microsoft, because again, Arcane. There's some smoke behind the scenes before the acquisition that Arcane was maybe on the ropes, right? If ZeniMax was going to stay independent, that Arcane might, because their games, while critically received well, their sales were never good. Comparatively speaking, they still had some games that sold really well, but it just wasn't up to par with their games. So for me, I'm happy that Arcane's getting this opportunity to go outside. This was not forced upon them by Microsoft. They've wanted to make these types of experiences. They've never had the opportunity to until the acquisition happened. So I'm happy for Arcane, number one. Number two, got to give a shout out to Bethesda and Microsoft for going Jurassic Park on Redfall and saying we spared no expense. They're going out of their way to market this game like no other Arcane game has been marketed before. They're really trying to give Arcane and Redfall as a new IP the shine it deserves and the best chance to succeed that any Arcane game has ever had, because they're going out of their way of marketing. They're doing all this stuff. They're flying people out to show it off. I mean, they're doing all the extra stuff
So they're really sparing no expense here to make sure that everybody can try to find out what Redfall is prior to it launching in May. And again, back to your other point, Steel, the reason why people say it's not necessarily that Arcane doesn't know how to show off their games, it's that their games are really a hands-on experience for people because of the style that they do. It's really hard for people to grasp what these games actually are until you are playing in that world. And it's very hard to specifically show that off. And I don't think that's necessarily an Arcane problem or a Bethesda marketing problem because they do it so well with all their other games. I really think it's just the style of game that Arcane makes that it doesn't show until it's out in the wild. And then people are like, oh, this is what this is. Oh my God. Okay. Now I get it. And I think that this is happening with Redfall. That's why I said in the beginning, there was this creeping sensation that most people were looking at Redfall as a multiplayer co-op experience. And Arcane really wanted to reel that back in and say, yes, of course, we built that into the game. Yes, of course, many of you are looking forward to experiencing that way. But we still have that single player core experience here that we want you to go love and enjoy if that's how you want to play this game. And I think that was a big part of this whole preview process that they did by flying people out there. So really happy for Arcane. I think Redfall is going to do really well. I think that, again, it may not be their highest rated game. Again, do I care? No, of course not, because I'm not the type of player. But let's be real, again, for the masses, the reviews do matter.
Mm-hmm.
But that's where Game Pass is going to come in, Steel. And if Game Pass allows people like yourself on the fence with the game, which we've seen this many, many times, download it and try it. And all of a sudden you realize, hey, you know what? I was on the fence, but this game is great. And if that happens at a bigger level with people with access to 20 to 30 million people jumping in, then this could wind up being Arcane's biggest successful game ever. There's no MTX in it, right? No microtransactions whatsoever.
At least of yet. I mean,
said, no,
wasn't there a battle pass system previously?
They came out and said no microtransactions in this game. Okay, no microtransactions. They came out and confirmed that in this preview process. They also, and this is a key note because there was a lot of people criticizing this, the online all the time, right? They are working on taking that out so that you can play this game single player without being connected online. They explained themselves a little bit more why they had it in there. They did want to be able to monitor and take stats from everybody's gameplay.
Jeff Grubb brought that up, and he was like, there's so many other ways that you can account for that information.
I agree. But the point being is they heard the feedback, right? And they're going back and they're going to try to, now, whether or not that makes it to day one or if that's a patch down the road, it doesn't matter. They acknowledged it and they said, we are working on a way to get that out of there so the single player does not have to be connected online. Again, we've had that discussion at this point, day and age in 2023, does online all the time even really matter? Well, I guess as a talking point, it sure does. But I understand why people are frustrated with that. And honestly, in all grand scheme of things, I'm still against it. All things considered equal, I don't think it's necessary. There's a bigger problem at hand with that, but they are working on that. So that was another good thing that came out of this preview.
And 3-bit, that's not a good reason either, saying, oh, we can scale the difficulty with it always being online.
Yeah.
So, again, as we move further into the future, this is going to be a conversation that is going to end up becoming irrelevant. This whole always being online thing. Whether you guys accept, whether people accept it or not, it is going to go the way of the dodo bird. There's just literally no way in today's era, if we want gaming to evolve, that it's not going to go that way.
Especially when development moves to cloud, it's over with.
Yeah, there's no way. Yeah, there's no way
you're getting it.
Now, single player games, again, if there's a way to do it,
sure.
I don't know. It just depends on how games are going to be designed up front, right? Because if the game at a design standpoint doesn't state that it needs to be online, then that's different from a game that has a single player component. And if there's no co-op, then why are you online? Right? Did you balance your game properly? You know what I'm saying? There's other things that can be thrown in there that you could throw in a patch that whenever that person did get back online, that boom, they get an update, they could disconnect again and pull away, whichever the case, you know what I mean? There is other options for it to be done. Go ahead.
Go ahead. No, I was just going to say two last quick points. Just two last I wanted to touch on because some people missed this in the previews too. Number one, the Far Cry comparisons got me excited because what you were talking about, Steel, how the world kind of feel. I've
never played them.
Ubisoft is my junk food. So again, when you start speaking Ubisoft language, at the end of the day, I know a lot of people hate it and are tired of it. And Redfall's not going to be like that because people did say it's not icons popping up all over your map. It's not that stupid, that thing that Ubisoft has done. It's not that at all. But the experience of traveling through the open world is on that Far Cry level because you do come across tons of random encounters all the time. And so for me, that kind of speaks to what you were talking about that you're kind of worried about is feels kind of empty. I think that'll go away once we get our hands on it, if those comparisons are real. And number two, the last point was the alert meter that they've implemented.
Right.
It's kind of like the star system in Grand Theft Auto. The more vampires and cult members that you kill, the more your wanted meter, I'll call it wanted meter, starts to fill up. And the more they start hunting you, that adds another level, right, to the game that if you're stealthing and you're killing off everybody, right, you're going to draw a lot less attention than if you're running around and getting alerts all the time. So that's going to lead to some very tense moments when that bar starts to fill up and things are hunting you down. That's going to be a whole nother level too that I can't wait to experience because I do like those aspects when they introduce them into games. So that was my last 2 points, Steel. Go ahead.
Oh, I was trying to figure out what Gogol was kind of addressing. As far as I think he was talking about the co-op issue is a non-issue to me. I only hear people talk about that on shows, but not in real life. And what do you mean the co-op issue per se, Gogol? Like of it being on always online, or what do you mean about that? I just want to make sure that I address that properly. I mean, because it could be it is an argument for some people, right? Some people are stuck in that. Hey, and I can be frank and say there are people who don't have access like everybody else does, right? As much as we like to think that everybody just has good internet, that's not the case. If you think about the average consumer in America, still only has about 40 megs of download. From their internet provider. 40 megs today with how many things we stream and how many different devices that there are is not a whole lot. And if you're asking somebody that, hey, you got to always be online, to somebody who may not understand how internet works, that could be an issue for them. There are people who may not have access to internet, right? And just want to be able to maybe get a box. Maybe they can't afford to get internet right now. Maybe they just want to get a system so they can play their single player games. And it is unfortunate if you are a gamer who gets a system and you have an interest in a game and can't buy that game because it's only online. I can understand how that could be frustrating. Do I agree with it? No. Okay, so you're not saying that always being online is another issue too? I don't know. I was trying to understand where you're coming from, Gogol, as far as the co-op aspect of it. Dragonheart Yobi, Living Splitscreen, still gonna be around 60 years old when Faction drops.
Yobi, stop, Yobi. We just went through this. Stop using the trigger word.
PlayStation stated it was coming out this year. Well,
we're gonna be here for 6 hours.
They haven't stated it. It is assumed that Factions is coming out this year. That's all I'll say on that. 3-Bit says, it doesn't matter to me much to me personally, but I can see how it can be issues for other people. That's the main thing. Just being open that other people are going to have issues. But like me and Pong has stated, maybe I am biased in a lot of ways because I did grow up with the internet. I am fortunate enough to have, for an example, gig download speeds, which is not what the common user has. And as an enthusiast, I am going to be jaded, and I can see the internet being the only way to access gaming going.
Love you too, legend. Love you too. I know what you're doing.
Gogol says, can I play Diablo 4 online or Spiderman 2 or Starfield? Not.
No, probably not. No. Like Steel and I said, this is going the way of the dodo, no matter what anybody thinks. We're headed towards the digital age is here, but it's just going to only increase even more. So.
Yeah, Gogol was saying that is that if co-op not saving for all players or not being offline shouldn't keep you from enjoying the game. Yeah, and okay, I get what you're saying from that.
Yeah.
But it still opens a conversation because it is another aspect of the game, like the save features. It's just like it is a turnoff for me, right? But that's a me problem as a gamer who doesn't. I don't like experiencing the same game over again. Like I just don't see the fun in that. Especially when you're 40 hours in, 40 plus hours in, and I remember distinctively when we were playing Dying Light 2, Pong. It was just like, damn, how long have we been playing? I think we're actually like 60 hours
60.
in.
We're over 60.
We were like, damn, we've only gotten this far. We just unlocked the glider and we're 60 hours in. Like, damn. That doesn't make me want to go back to my story and great 60 hours. I mean, of course, and I can streamline and I'm going to be stronger and all that great things. For me, I just don't.
Yeah. No, and I agree with Gogol and Pixelbit and everybody who has that opinion. Again, the masses out there, the regular people, don't have these discussions. But that's what, again, it's the enthusiasts here who are living and breathing video games for a large portion of their life.
But that is a question that comes up for them, though, is, hey, is this game, this game has to be online? Why? Oh, man, I don't really want to play it.
But generally speaking, it's just not a discussion. Like, even when they go into GameStop to buy it, it's not that the GameStop's employee going, hey, you got good internet because you're going to need it. This game's online all the time.
To be fair, a lot of people aren't going to ask that question until they run into it.
The masses. Right.
And
until
masses
they run into the problem.
Aren't going to know about that until they run into the problem. And they're like, got to be online for this?
Yeah.
And it becomes a thing. But again, I mean, it's just biggest thing for me is just being forthright with your consumers as best as you can, and then going from there. Again, you got to decide what's going to work for you, and then kind of go from there.
Hey, Tom, that's a great call out, by the way. I would love if this game does give me that feeling, and that's a great call out. 30 Days of Night.
That is a great comparison.
He said, if that wanted level doesn't have me feeling like I'm in the Alaskan town in 30 Days of Night, I don't want it.
See,
man, that
and if they hit that, then I'm sold.
30 Days of Night is
30 Days of Night is a fucking great movie. For like giving you that fear factor, just the elements of it.
Yeah.
If they hit that, then I'm sold. Right.
That's what you got in Dying Light with the nighttime.
Yes.
Like Dying Light 1 especially. Dying Light 1 had that exact feeling when it switched to night. It
was one creature you were scared of. Like, and it was like, yo, if they see you and you get tried, it's like, bro, I just need to make it back. I just need
Dying Light 2 didn't do it as well as Dying Light 1. However, Dying Light 2, if you got one of those screamers, Steel, like we did,
right?
When you were trying
that is different.
When that screamer would catch you off guard and scream, and then the mobs would, bro, it was on.
And the way that they just kept flooding towards you.
Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we're about 90 minutes in on the recording side of things, about almost 4 hours in on the live side of things. I know we got to wrap things, all get set up and good to go. Because again, we got some Diablo to play later, and I want Pong to be able to take care of all the things he needs to take care of. So, I am going to cut the show early today. I'm not going to do a This Day in Gaming segment today, just for the sake of winding things down. But I will bring it back next weekend if everything is going to plan. And unfortunately, me and Paul like to have conversation here. We talk about many different topics. There's quite a few different topics that we haven't able to get into today. So if you guys enjoyed what you've gotten here with Living Splitscreen, please hit that like button on the way out. I have been trying to be a little bit better about leaving comments afterwards. So if you like to, answer the question that I leave after the poll, definitely do that. Again, it just helps with engagements and things. Lets YouTube know that people are engaging. And then on the audio side of things, please, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, do us a favor. If anything else, since we're not doing a This Day in Gaming segment, wherever you listen to your podcast content, Spotify, Google, Apple, whatever, go in, leave us a review, and let us know how you're feeling about us. Because on the audio side of things, it does a lot. It does so much good grace for us as far as the algorithm goes in getting people to the live session also here on YouTube. So, on the back end, leave us a review on any of those audio platforms. This show will be up in an hour after this show ends today. Since I haven't come across any issues, and since I am recording live, We'll be getting things loaded up and ready. So be on the lookout for that on the audio side. And other than that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you for coming to join us, right? Again, I know we were above 50 for a majority of the stream today, especially taking a week off, with, not really letting anybody know anything. I got to do better about that. At least putting a thumbnail or something up on YouTube saying, hey, no show this week. But I think because we did have those Exo Primal streams last weekend, that probably helped out. People knew that we were still engaged, and we had a fucking fantastic time. Me and Nix have been going back and forth. We're on the Exo Primal chain. And Nix, I'm disappointed in you, man. How you gonna be on this Exo Primal hype and you weren't in my DMs? You didn't send me a message saying, "Hello, let's group up." What's going on, Nix? You can't be on the train and not be part of the caboose, man. What's going on? Or loading the coal into the engine, man. What's going on? Got a problem with you, Nix. I'm playing.
Exo Primal allowed me to become MVP, Steel, multiple times.
No,
That's all I'm going to say. That game wins for me.
Exo Primal.
Any multiplayer game I can get MVP in, it's automatic W.
Exo Primal's different, man. That's something else that we didn't talk about today, our experience with that, and how we feel about Exo Primal overall.
Go, there ain't no arguments. It's only discussion. All love, brother.
Thanks. It's always only discussion here. At least I can't speak for anybody else. Some people just enjoy arguing about nonsense just to do it. I'd rather be playing a game or something. But
and poor Splendiferous, he got cut short last night on Xbox Ultimate because we wanted to go play Diablo IV, and now he's getting cut short. He needs his 5-hour shows, man. Splen is addicted.
He is, and I appreciate that. I definitely appreciate that. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for joining us on episode 96 of Living Splitscreen, a non-console centric platform covering everything going on with the gaming industry, the home of that RTS view where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of the map, pull those resources together so we can build up that foundation to reach those 3 billion gamers that Phil Spencer always talks about. And also the home of that ECP, that educated consumer perspective. Because again, me and Pong, we're not lawyers. We're not sitting shoulder to shoulder with any of these people in these board meetings. Trust me, if we were, you guys would know about it. We can't hold water for nothing when it comes to this gaming industry.
We're gamers, brother. We're gamers. That's what we are. That's all we'll ever be.
Hey, some people say that you don't play any games.
No, we just cut our shoulders short so we can make sure we get game time in.
There you go.
You know what I'm saying.
But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for joining out. You can find me, Steel Rain. That's Steel Rain that's he is a 7 everywhere. Google makes it super easy. You just type that name right into the Google search bar. We'll come up with all my links. I frequent the streets of Twitter, so if you want to, hit me up in the DMs, that's the perfect opportunity and place to do that. And other than that, if you're in the Xbox ecosystem, send me a message through. I'll see it because I am on PC and because everything is just kind of intrinsically works with each other. Send me a message through. I'm not one of those people that like to avoid. I'll chop it up with you, send you a message back and say, yo, sorry I missed. And we'll try to link something up. And if not, we can just talk in the background. But Pong, I greatly appreciate you again. Having another week. 96 episodes in, man. We're going to be episode 97 next week. We're getting on to the tail end of season 2, getting ready to ramp up season 3. With season 3 ramps up right around E3. So that's going to be the fact that it does that is such an amazing time. We're going to be rolling into season 3 with all the hype of all the great games that are going to be coming out.
Starfield deep dive, brother.
Woo. It's going to be fun. It's
that
going to be
day
a fun
is
time.
June 11th. It's going to be great.
But with that being said, I'll lead the people to victory. Let them know where they can find you, man. And again, much love to you and great appreciation to have even met you within this gaming space to the point to where it's carried over into real life, at least for me personally. I know it doesn't work like that for some other people. They're like, oh, my gaming friends, they'll never be my real friends. So, but for you, I do think I feel that's a little bit different. So, but let the people know where they can find you, man, and lead the people to victory.
Yeah, absolutely. Appreciate all of you. Splen, 3-Bit, Nam, Go, everybody in here, Eastside Vandal, Cammy, appreciate all of you. Cammy, great to see you. Always great to see all of you join us, and thank you all. It was a great show. Appreciate all the compliments. I'm glad we had a great freaking time here with us. I'm glad you all enjoyed it. And again, all your help to get Steel and I where we are when, we don't
we never expected anything out of this 2-man show, 1 day a week thing, man. We just came in here and wanted to find a few people that enjoyed our conversations, and here we are. Almost going into season 3, almost at 800 subs already, on our way to that 1K. It's a huge deal. It's a huge deal, and appreciate every single one of you. And if you're listening to us in the future, again, can't say it enough. Appreciate you all the same, wherever you listen to us. 5 minutes, 5 hours, it doesn't matter. We love you. So thank you all for being here. Have a great rest of your weekend as well, of course. Listen, Pong Steel on Xbox, Pong Steel on Twitter. You know where to find me there. Tonight, it's the Shop Podcast. PTK Blam, Fuzzy, and myself. We are going to be talking that good talk. We're going to talk ABK stuff, CMA stuff. We're going to be talking Diablo 4 for sure, because I saw PTK finally hopped in this morning. He's been playing, so we're going to have some good conversations. Hopefully, Fuzzy's been able to get in. Fuzzy said he was going to jump in at some point too, but we're going to have a lot of good conversations. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, PTK Blam's channel. Best way to end your Saturday night. Be there. And then, of course, next week it starts all over again. Double Barrel Gaming on Tuesdays. Mr. Boomstick, 5 days a week. Terminator. The man is a machine, but he's doing some incredible stuff. Mr. 12K now as well. Be there on Tuesdays, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time for Xbox Factor. I'm biased. It's my favorite of his shows, even though I don't get the panel anymore really at all on there because of work. I'm still officially part of it, and I tune in when I can, and he always has great people there. So be there every Tuesday. Thursday nights, it's Fun Speculation Channel, Fun Speculation Network. I can say Mr. 3K to Mav now because he just busted over the 3K sub mark, which is freaking amazing. The growth over there has been unbelievable. But join myself and Mav for PM in the PM, Pong and Mav in the PM on Thursday nights, 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Sometimes we do have guests, but normally it's just a 2-man show like this, where Mav and I catch up like Steel and I do, and we just have a great time and talk. So be there every Thursday night, and then back at Fun Speculation Network, Fun Speculation Channel. I call it the Fun Speculation Network. We all do now at this point. Fuzzy created that. But be there on Friday nights as well, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central Time, Xbox Ultimate. We had a great show last night. We did cut it short, so we go play some Diablo 4. We had to. It was necessary. But normally we go there 2-3 hours. So be there every Friday night. Again, Xbox Ultimate, Fun Speculations Channel, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 o'clock Central. And then back here next weekend, God willing, Saturday morning, Living Splitscreen with this beautiful, beautiful human being right here, Mr. Steel, Rain, and I, for episode 97 next week. See y'all then. Listen, it's Golden Age Gaming, people. So much to freaking play. It's stupid. I'm having so much fun right now. Strategy games, man. We got multiplayer games. We got betas that are game of the year quality, which is insane. Let's go. Golden Age. Play what you love. Love what you play. Have a great rest of your weekend. We'll talk to you all real soon. Have a great night, everybody.
Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful people, thank you again for coming out. We will see you next weekend on episode 97. Remember, we go live every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, and 3 p.m. UK time. And other than that, enjoy your Saturday afternoon. Get some gaming and enjoy your weekend. Much love. Peace.